as a coach.
As a player and a coach.
Never lost to him as a player, and never lost to him as a coach. And
That's awesome.
That's a great story.
And that was one thing. And then the other thing was that I was going to make All-American. They promised me I can make All-American at Georgia Tech. They promise you make All-American at Tennessee. Well, I made All-American in '59, my junior year. And the other thing was I was going to graduate. Neither one of my older brothers graduated. And I did all three.
What was your major?
Well, I started out in physical education because I knew I was going to coach.
Okay.
And I was going to coach based solely off the relationship I had with my high school coach, Frank Hinman. I loved him, and he loved me, and he was tough and got more out of me. And I mean, I wasn't, you know, but practice football was easy to me. Man, when you've been in a watermelon field all day long pitching watermelons, going out there and practicing football 2 hours was a piece of cake. And it was easy. So that relationship between my coach and myself, I said, if I could have this kind of life and this kind of relationship with young people the rest of my life, that's what I'm going to do. And so when I went to Georgia, I never thought about doing anything else but coach. And physical education was what you needed to take if you was going to coach. Well, I did all right in physical education until I run into kinesiology. Hell, I can't even hardly say it, but let's spell it. And I damn sure didn't know how to. When I ran into kinesiology, I said, ooh. So I ended up majoring in recreation. You don't have to take kinesiology to major in recreation. So I'm qualified to be a park ranger or game warden or whatever. But I mean, that wasn't, you know, when you coach football, and I got commissioned. That's a story. My freshman year, you know, I had been to a military high school. We drilled twice a week. Same thing back then. You had to drill. Had 2 years obligation in college. Boys did, men did. So my freshman year, I went to drill and did everything I was supposed to do, but we didn't play but 3 games. Well, my sophomore year, I ended up starting, practicing 3 hours a day and tired and wore out and getting up at 6 o'clock and putting that uniform on and keeping that stuff spit and polished and all that. I said, there got to be an easy way to do this. So I got a friend of mine just marked me president every day, and I never went to the first drill, not the first drill. Well, along about May, they called me in. Said, Mr. Dye, from what we understand, you haven't been to drill this year. I said, well, you'd be right. He said, well, you got 2 choices. He said, we can just flunk you, or you can take an incomplete and come back, and you're going to have to go to drill every day next year. And we will personally make sure that you're here. I said, oh, Lord mercy. I said, let me think a minute. I said, what about me going into advanced ROTC? and he looked at me like I was crazy. But I was thinking about that $28 a month that they paid you to go to, if you in ROTC, advanced ROTC. I said, man, I can use that money. So I don't know if it was the captain or whoever was, I think it was the captain talking to me. He said, well, we talked a little bit further, and he said, well, I got to take it to the commandant and have him say, he said, but he ain't going to let you get an advanced ROTC, and you ain't been to drill all year. I said, well, ask him. Well, everybody that goes from the sophomore year and the junior year in ROTC is automatically an officer. You're a lieutenant, you're a platoon leader, you're executive officer, battalion commander or something. But the longer you've been there, the further. Well, it made me a sergeant major. I was still an NCO. I wasn't an officer. and because I was on probation, and but I went through it, and it was the best thing that ever happened to me, going through ROTC, and it put discipline in. Everybody needs to serve a period in time in their life where if they don't show up, they go to jail.
That's one of my all-time favorite lines from you. You told that when the Pat Dye Invitational was during the summer and all the media and the coaches would gather. And this is, you're still coaching at the time. And you used that line. You told that line.
Yeah. And
I'll never forget the reaction from the room. It made an impact.
Well, that was the way I was raised, and but think about what this country would be like if all the women and all the young men had to serve 6 months and learn how to sing this Star Spangled Banner in America and go through the training and discipline, following that at 5 o'clock in the morning and running 2 miles or whatever. And man, it would do wonders for this country if everybody had to do that. And it wouldn't take but 6 months, and then they could be in some kind of reserve of, go back for a week every so often. But anyway, and it'd make better people out of all of them. And Lord knows some of them need some help.
Before we get too far away from your youth, easy to see where, everybody who knows you post-coaching, during coaching, knows your love for the outdoors. It's easy to see with your upbringing where that love for the outdoors came from.
Well, I could walk out my door. We had a bird dog on every bush in the yard and a shotgun in every corner of the house. I could pick up a gun and walk out the door and call the dogs and go hunting. And then it was a 2 or 3 year period there. I had a pack of beagles, and I never took a gun with them. I just turned the dogs loose and we go rabbit hunting. Mm-hmm. I just run in the woods with those dogs, just me by myself. And now you talking about loving something. I love to hear dogs run, and I'd go down there right below my house and knew right where we could jump a rabbit, and they'd run, and I'd run through the woods and head them off where I could see the rabbit come by, and then the dogs come by on the trail. And we didn't have all the technology and all the stuff they got today. I might have been one of them guys that kept that dang phone in my hand all the time. I hope I wouldn't have been, but I might have been. But we had to invent stuff to have a good time.
What was your first coaching job?
University of Alabama.
So I
played at Georgia.
Right.
And played in the blue-gray game in Montgomery, played in the Senior Bowl in Mobile, played in the College All-American game. It was played at that time in Buffalo, New York. And I signed with the Edmonton and Eskimos in the Canadian League. I was a little small for the NFL. But I really signed because of my brother. I wanted to play with my dad, my middle brother. And I wouldn't take anything in the world for the 2 years I spent up there playing with him. He played defensive end. I played outside linebacker right behind him. And we had some fun playing. I played the first year, as would have been in 61. Did the All-Star game. I left Buffalo and flew to Edmonton and played and came home and went back to school. I like 15 hours in practice teaching. Finished school, graduated, got commissioned, got deferred until January. Went back and played another year in the Canadian League. And then in January, I went into service for 2.5 years. And in the service, I played football. And I don't want this to sound the wrong way, but I was named Player of the Year in service football, which would be like winning the Heisman while I was playing at Fort Benning. And we won the service championship. But I played linebacker, Yeah. Anyway, I played with Bobby Borston and Elliot Mosley who both played for Coach Bryant at Alabama. Bill Rice. Bobby was the coach. Bill played and I played and Elliot played. I'm sure that they recommended me to Coach Bryant. And I got out of the service. Coach Stallings left and went to Texas A&M. And they went through spring practice without a linebacker coach. I think Sam Bailey coached them. I went home. I was going to stay home a week and then go to Edmonton. I was trying to get out of the Canadian League then, get back in. There's a half a dozen teams in the states who were trying to get me out.
Quinn, we need to do an ID.
And so forth. And I played the best football I ever played in my life in the service. Because, I was playing for fun, and it was fun. And Coach Bryant called that week I was at home at Blythe, Georgia, where I was raised with Mom and Daddy. And by that time, I was married and had a baby. Yeah, had one. He called on Friday. And I was headed to Edmonton on Monday. So driving up there, but I had wife and child. I had to get situated with her mother in Atlanta. So he called and said, are you still interested in this job? I said, yes, sir. He said, well, I can see you Sunday morning or Monday morning. I said, well, Coach, I said, I need to get my wife and kid situated in Atlanta. It'd be better if I could come Monday morning. So I did. I went over and I'd heard so many stories from Bill Rice and Elliot Mosley and Bobby Boyston about Coach Bryant. Heard I early got to the office and so on and so forth. I made sure that I was going to be there when he got there. So I got up at 2:00 in Atlanta and drove to Tuscaloosa. Well, it's a 4-hour drive, which meant I thought that I was going to get there at 6:00. But when you cross the line, time changes. I got there at 5:00. It was still dark. It was still dark, and I rode around town. Finally found the football building, found the service station open, and found the football building. And I went to the book, and it was just breaking day. They had a guy that lived down in the basement of football building, and I called him Hooch Man, and he would get up and make coffee for the coaches. So me and Hooch Man made coffee for the coaches that morning. Said now when the coaches started trickling in, and it was Ken Donahue and Clem Griska and Sam Bailey and Coach Lashley and Jimmy Sharp, Richard Williamson and Howard Snellenberger and Mal Moore. They were all on the staff, and we were all sitting back in the coach's coffee room when Coach Bryant stuck his head in the door, and I guess the secretary or somebody told him I was there, and he stuck his head in, and he said, Pat, let me go through my mail and I'll see you as soon as I get through. He said, y'all go down to the soup store and get you a cup of coffee and a honey bun or a donut or something. So we walk out in this University Avenue, walk right by Denny Chimes down to Student Union.
All right, let's go, Quinn.
Get a cup of coffee and a donut, and walking back to the office, Richard Williamson, good friend and a great coach.
You're listening to the Talking Tigers podcast with Coach Pat Dye as we await the winner. We're at the start of this championship game between Auburn and North Carolina State in the Auburn Regional. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Auburn Sports Network. We will resume our programming for this game coming up at 6:45. But first pitch is slated for 7:06 Central Time. Back to the Talking Tigers podcast. The late Ryan Bramlett, the late Pat Dye, yours truly, right here on the Auburn Sports Network.
I said, it's brand new. Why? Because when I got out of the service, I had put on I weighed about 218 then. And he said, I figured it would. I said, why is that? He said, You ain't cut them tags off. Well, when I got up in Atlanta at 2:00 in the morning, I was half asleep. Put that thing on. I had lot numbers and price tags and everything hanging on. It looked like a Christmas tree walking down the street. And so we stopped there on University. If somebody had a knife, we cut all the tags off of it. He got back and Coach Bryant said, "Come on," he said, "Pat, come on, go with me." So he had to run around and do it. And he had to go take something to Miss Bryant, and went out there and met her to the house, and just riding in the car. And really, I'm sure that those players of his had talked to him, and he called Coach Butts, my coach at Georgia, and supposedly Coach Bryant asked him, said, "Can Pat Dye coach for me?" What I'm told, he said, "Paul said, I don't know if he can coach for you or not. He could have damn sure played for you." and of course, that was as good a recommendation as he could get. Well, I had played against all of the teams in the Southeastern Conference, and the best players I played against played at Alabama. That technique, fundamentally, playing hard. Plus, he had the background having played for Frank Thomas. He had played for Frank Thomas, and Coach Bryant had played in the Rose Bowl, and I just liked his background. Plus, he won. And during the interview, I told him, I said, "Coach, I said, I don't know if I can coach or not. I said, the only thing I know about coaching is to learn playing." I said, "I ain't never walked on the field as a coach." He said, "Well, if we hire you, we just let you watch your linebackers and recruit over in Georgia." So I watched the linebackers over there for 9 years and recruited Georgia. And it was a great experience. I mean, I didn't learn how to win from Coach Bryant. I knew how to win before I got there.
Right.
And maybe that's the reason I got the job. But I learned, I think probably maybe, because watching him handle a team was magic.
How so?
Well, you know the oldest saying that is out there. I can take mine and whoop yours, and take yours and whoop mine. That's what it was.
Mm-hmm.
He get more out of them. He get more out of his people than you could get out of yours. And all the players that played for him felt like that. And the coaches that coached for him felt like that. But my first year in '65, we opened a season #1 in the country. We go to Athens to play the first ball game that I ever coached in my life. And I'm going to field as a coach was in Athens. We get beat. We're #1 in the country. They beat us 18-17 on the flea flicker. I can remember verbatim what he said when he walked in the locker room. I said, "This is going to be good." He walked in the locker room as calm as he could be. He said, "Well, it's obvious we ain't got a very good football team." He said, "But if you're the kind of young men I think you are, we'll have a good team 40 years over." And we ended up winning the national championship with a tie to Tennessee. And to watch him work that team and bring them back, get them ready to play throughout the season. At first, it was slow. And then at the end of the season, we go down and play LSU and beat them 31-7. I think beat South Carolina 35-14, beat Auburn 30-something-7, or whatever it was. Ended up ranked 5th in the nation. Nebraska was undefeated. Texas was undefeated. Arkansas was undefeated. We had Nebraska in the Orange Bowl on New Year's first night. That afternoon, LSU beat Arkansas. We had just beat 31-7. Later on that afternoon, Georgia beats Texas. we got Nebraska, and Nebraska was ranked number 1. And we beat Nebraska 39-28.
Mm.
He did something in that ball game that, just off the wall. He looked at it and looked at it, and then walked in about 2 days before we played. He said, "We're going to change our game plan." And everybody was in shock because we were a running football team. He said, "We're going to throw it every down in the first half."
Who was your quarterback?
Steve Sloan.
Okay.
And so we threw it 24 times and completed like 18 or 19 and had them 28-14 at half. Came back second half and ran it, and we were hanging on at the end because they was coming.
Yeah.
I mean, they were big and strong and so forth. But and then I watched the program go down. We had a great team in '66. Should have won the championship again, undefeated. That was the year that Notre Dame and Michigan State played for the tie, and we beat Nebraska again in '66 at the Sugar Bowl, 31-7 or something. And then the program started down. He was in Las Vegas and Miami and Los Angeles and all over the country and living a high life. The coaches wasn't working. And we couldn't beat anybody in '69 and '70. And in particular Auburn, because they had Sullivan and Beasley. And I mean, they beat us bad. I forgot what the scores were, but they beat us bad. I don't know what would be the right word for it. I call it a farce, but with Sam Cunningham in Birmingham, they made a big deal out of him rushing for 150 yards and changed it. That was a false deal because I had signed Wilbur Jackson the year before. Oh, he was a freshman and couldn't play in '69. But anybody could have rushed for 150 yards against us then. I mean, we were so bad on defense till it was pitiful. And we got beat bad by some other folks. Wasn't only Southern Cal and Sam Cunningham.
Yeah.
Now, Sam Cunningham was a great player, but he didn't change the culture in Tuscaloosa. And we signed that year, that was '69, '70. The next year, we signed John Mitchell. And I made the first visit to John's house in Mobile. And he and John McKay probably were drinking whiskey in Las Vegas. And John McKay went to bragging about having a great player from Mobile that was in junior college out in Arizona. Coach Bryant called back. We were playing Oklahoma in the Bluebonnet Bowl. He come to me 2 days before the game, and he said, "I always got the bad details." He said, "Pat, I want you to take the school plane and fly to Mobile day after the game." That was the first, man, we had a big party planned, and I didn't coach the defensive ends, and Mobile wasn't my area. He knew I'd go. Hayden Riley and myself, the basketball coach, he helped recruit football. So we get to Mobile, and man, we have a great time. John's family, his mama and cousins and aunts and uncles and brothers and sisters, and I mean, it was a house full of folks, and I just it ended up having a great time. And then when everybody got settled down after the bowl game, John took a official visit to Alabama, and he committed to Coach Bryant when he got up there.
Let me jump ahead, if I can, please, because we could spend a day doing.
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah, really could.
We could write another book.
Yes. I've talked to several players that were on that first team at Auburn.
Yeah.
And Joe Witt was part of this podcast about a month ago after he was named for the award, the AFCA Coaches Award that he's getting.
You want me to tell you a story about Coach Witt? Well, putting my staff together, I had people I knew I wanted to hire. And I wanted to pick through the best Auburn person to keep on the staff. Somebody had to know the Auburn culture, and that was Larry Blakeney. I had to hire a black coach, and I had to hire a high school coach. So I started research on who were the best black coaches in the state and who's the best high school coaches in the state. I didn't necessarily have to get the same guy, you
Right.
know. But Joe Witt was recommended and James Daniel. And so I went and interviewed Joe, and I really liked him. Joe was excited, and I mean, he was young then too, and I just knew I was going to hire Joe when I left. And then I went down to Enterprise and interviewed James Daniels. When I walked out of there, I felt the same way I did about Joe. I said, hell, I got to hire him. I ended up hiring Joe and James, which we were the first school in the Southeastern Conference to have 2 black assistant coaches in 1981. You didn't know that,
Did
did
not
you?
know that.
Joe and Ethel, I called another meeting with them. And Ethel and Joe said, now we ain't going to take less than $28,000. And so we were sitting there talking, and I said, and I finally come around to the money. I said, Joe, I can't offer you but $24,000. He said, I'll take it.
He told that story, Coach.
He and Ethel kicked him under the table. Oh man! But it's the best thing that happened to me and to Auburn is to bring in the quality of men they were, not just coaches. I'm just talking about the kind of men they are.
Right.
You know, they both played for Coach James, and I met him, but he had a powerful impact on their lives, and he had to be a great coach and a great man
At Alabama State.
at Alabama State.
Right. That's a legendary, the stories that have come out of that first team and you setting the tone. Did you come in with the mindset of,
yeah.
it's got to be this way?
What I told the team at the first meeting, when they introduced me as a head coach, the team was sitting out there, and I looked at them, and I looked in the eyes, and frustration and anxiety, and I mean, you could just, who in the hell is this? And I told them, I said, you know, I said, everybody in this room right here chose to come to Auburn. Whether you chose Auburn for the right reasons or the wrong reasons, you chose to come here. This is your school. And Auburn chose me, and I chose to come to Auburn as your head football coach. I said, if you love football and you love Auburn, then you're going to be able to make it. But you can't love Auburn and not football, or love football and not Auburn. You will not make it. I said, but if you do, the ones that stay, we can build a foundation that'll last a long time around here. And I knew that I had to overwork them to get down to find out who really loved Auburn and who really loved football. And you could talk to them. They thought about quitting every day. And we lost a lot of them for various reasons. But the ones that stayed, the Edmund Nelsons and Donnie Humphreys and Randy Campbell and Greg Carr and Bob Harris and, you know, just on and on, Lionel James, Keith Euchre, Pat Arrington. They stayed.
Yeah.
And Mark Dormany, I guess, go through those teams. And we were pretty good on defense. We just didn't, all those quarterbacks were recruited as I formation quarterbacks, and Randy was regulated to a fifth string split end. I totally couldn't play. Wasn't good enough athlete. We couldn't throw it good enough. Well, you know, the rest of it's kind of history. We struggled through that first year. We played. I got a record that will never be broken against LSU. The first 5 plays of the game when we were on offense, I played 5 different quarterbacks. Started John Murphy, then Charlie Thomas, then Joe Sullivan, then Clayton Buford, and the 5th one was Ken Hoppy. First 5 snaps, 5 different quarterbacks. We won 18-0, 18-3 or something.
Well, what led you to do that?
Because we didn't have one. We didn't have one. We let them work on one play all week long when they ran that play. LSU helped us a little bit. Coach didn't want them to get the uniform dirty. And it was about ankle deep in mud out there. I said, if you think you're going to play this game today without getting dirty, you're in a hell of a mess.
There is a post-game speech to your team that if you Google it, you can see it. We reference it all the time here in the office about and it's such a heartfelt talk to that team and talk about how much it hurt to lose that game, but you're going to fight again and again and again.
As in Tennessee.
Okay.
As in Knoxville.
All right. That is
what happened was
it's one of the great all-time post-game talks I've ever heard from a coach.
Well, it happened because, now you talking about loving a team. What I put them through, or what we put them through as a staff, and they took it for whatever reason, whether they loved football that much, or loved Auburn that much, or loved each other that much, or maybe they were tired of losing or whatever, and they saw something different. We go up to play Tennessee, and they had beaten Auburn 42-0 the year before in Auburn. And we dominated the football game. They got the ball on the goal line with time running out. And we called a sweep to Lionel James. We got him knocked out of the back of the end zone. He's going to walk in for a touchdown, and freshman quarterback Ken Hobby fumbled the ball coming out from under center, and Tennessee got it on the 1 yard line and beat us 10-7. Whatever it was, the field goal wouldn't have won the game.
Right.
But, it just pulled. It just that's like somebody reaching down your throat and pulling all your guts out. Everybody was hurting. I was hurting. But you know what? The way I grew up, I knew it wouldn't kill us because of growing up as a little boy trying to compete with them older brothers and getting whipped so much. And I know if you keep clawing and keep trying, that you can find a way, and there's better days ahead. And they were scratching and clawing and doing everything I asked them to do, and everything. Wasn't anything else to say. I wasn't a planned speech.
From the heart, though, wasn't it?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
We had to get ready. I think we played Nebraska the next week, and played them off their feet, and they were number one in the nation. I think we went into the fourth quarter. It was 10-3, and we're driving for a touchdown, and fumbled, and they got the ball back and scored late in the game. Well, that's just what I told them is true today.
Nothing's changed, has it?
No, no.
When
did you begin the implementation of moving the Iron Bowl? When did that begin for you?
It's interesting that you'd ask that question. The first time I saw Coach Bryant is on the elevator, and I don't know where we were. We were at some kind of meeting somewhere. I don't know. Might have been a fundraiser or a golf tournament or something. But he said, he got on, stepped on him. He said, well, I guess you're going to want to move that game to Auburn. I said, we going to move it to Auburn. He said, well, not long as I'm coaching. I said, well, you ain't going to coach forever. He said, well, we got a contract through 88. I said, we're going to play 89 in Auburn. And that's the last he ever said about it. But he knew. He knew the difference.
How difficult was the process? Was it very difficult?
Not at all. The most difficult thing in the process was trying to figure out how we could move the game out of Birmingham and not lose Birmingham. In Alabama owned Birmingham, but we still had a strong presence in Birmingham, and it was the number one city in the state, and we didn't want to lose that.
Did you feel pressure at all as the football coach and the man that was responsible for bringing that game to Auburn? Was there added pressure on you to win that game?
No.
Any added?
No.
Okay.
The pressure on me was for us to be the best football team we could be.
Okay.
Because we had lost to Tennessee and Florida State. And I had worked the heck out of that football team through the year. And they got a little better and a little better and a little better. And coming down to the stretch, you know, when you beat Georgia and Florida, you got a pretty good football team. So we had gotten to be a good football team by the time we played Alabama. And I think we had the best team. And I thought we had the best team going into the game. We were very confident in being able to move football against Alabama because of what they did defensively. Don Lizzie was a scheme guy. He wasn't a fundamental guy. Fundamentals win the game. It ain't necessarily the schemes. You can line up in any number of schemes, odd man front, you know, 4-man front, 3 and 3s and whatever. But if you don't tackle and you don't whip blocks and get off of blockers, you ain't gonna be a very good defensive football team. And he spent all of his time teaching schemes. You run through this gap and you run through that gap. And plus, Reggie Slack he's a pretty fair quarterback in his own right.
Sure was.
And Alexander Wright. And I mean, we had some tools ourselves.
Went deep to him on that first drive.
Yeah. But now we wouldn't, that was because we scripted the game. And I don't know how many plays we had scripted. You'll have to ask Coach Blakeney because he's the one that scripted it, and Coach Sullivan. I just know it was scripted because it was 3rd and 5 when we threw that ball deep to Alexander. You don't throw the ball deep on 3rd and 5. You try to make a first down and start again. Well, you know, Larry was in the press box. We knew that we had to throw it deep to Alexander so many times, but what that did, well, I don't know that we probably wouldn't have called it. It might have been the second quarter before we went deep to him. I don't know. But what that did, John Mangum on that side, I think his son plays baseball at Mississippi State now.
He did, yes. He sure did, yeah.
Plays
One
very
of the
well.
best.
Yeah.
So anyway, from that point on, it was a 5 or 6 yard cushion. We threw in front of him all day long. I think Alexander caught 6, 7 passes or something like that, and they were most of them curls and turned in. And but the week of the game, it'll never be duplicated because it won't ever be an event like that. But the whole week was a little bit nerve-wracking. And not so much for me. The nerve-wracking part was to make sure that our football team was ready to play when they kicked it off, not to get too high too quick,
right,
and lose that energy. And two things happened that didn't help me any. The pep rally on Friday was awesome. I said, well, they done spent some more energy.
I remember that pep rally.
Had it on the baseball field.
Mm-hmm.
The next day in Tiger Walk, there never has been one and will never be another one like that one. Now, they can talk about them all they want to. But they may have as many people, and they may have to walk single file, but they won't have the same look in their eyes as the people did that day.
Yeah.
I mean, there's people, when we walked out of Sewell Hall up there to go to the stadium, it was single line traffic. We couldn't, just wasn't 2 abreast or 3 abreast or whatever. I mean, it was, and every age person, every description of an Auburn person was there. Grandmamas and granddaddies and aunts and uncles and cousins and students and the mamas and the grandmamas, but hold the baby out and want you to touch it on the way to the stadium.
It was like a religious experience, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
I mean, it really was. When I got to the stadium, I was so high myself that I walked in the stadium and went back to the coach's dressing room right off of the players' dressing room. And I sat down and I said, Lord have mercy, it's 2 hours for kickoff. I said, how in the world am I going to hold this until kickoff? Well, the players, they might not have been as high as I was, but they handled it. I mean, it was never, if it was a fact, they never showed up. And the strangest thing to me, I guess, was that Curry thought he was going to win.
Yeah.
He really thought they were a better football team, and I knew they weren't. They had a good football team, mind you, but they weren't a better football team. And we were probably in the top 3 best football teams in the country when that season was over.
There's never a result predetermined because you have to play the game.
Yeah.
But that was almost as predetermined as a result as you'll ever see. It just never had the feel that anyone but Auburn was going to win that game on that day.
You still got to go out there and play.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely. But it was going to be real hard for them on that day.
I hope I can maintain my mental ability to remember as long as I'm alive. Standing on that sideline and looking back over the student section at that orange sky.
Yeah, the haze.
The orange sky and that blue haze rising like smoke right up
off
into
those
that
paper
orange.
shakers.
That's it. And you know why? Because they were shaking them so hard.
Mm-hmm.
And that blue haze rising out of that stadium in the orange sunset. Make a hair stand up on your head right now.
Do you remember what you thought when you walked from the field to the locker room after that game?
Lord, no.
Yeah.
No, I learned this from Coach Bryant. You need to have a plan. Sometimes it's off the cuff, but you cannot go into you got to have a plan for what you're going to say and not say if you win. And you got to have a plan for what you're going to say and not say if you lose. What happened in Knoxville, what happened in the dressing room after that game, it wasn't planned. It just happened.
Yeah.
I've had some teams that I finally got the best that team had. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I think we got as far as we could go. But we had a couple of teams in 84 and 85 that I felt were underachievers as a team. Of course, Bo won the Heisman in 85 and I only rushed for 16, 1,800 yards, whatever it was, and missed a couple of games.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You've talked about the impact that Coach Bryant had on his players and his coaches. But let me take that one step further. In doing the interviews that I've done in my career at Auburn and talking to a Coach Witt or Quentin Riggins or Reggie Slack or Benji Rowland, guys like that, they say the same thing about you. You got things out of them perhaps that they did not know that they had.
But you know what? I look back over my playing days and the coaches that I loved the most were the ones that were the toughest on me. That demanded everything I had and then some. I had a coach in high school now Coach Inman was my head coach, but I had a coach in high school that could push every button I had, and he knew where they all were, and he pushed them all. Major talent, played at Arkansas, got all his front teeth knocked out by Doak Walker. They didn't wear face masks back then.
Sure.
They had false teeth. And I love Coach Talent. He was a country guy, had coon dogs, and he'd come out to our farm. We'd go coon hunting together. And I've had the other two, the other kind. There's some people that can push you, and you don't take it personal. There's other people that really don't. if you could swap places with them, they'd be doing half of what you was already doing. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And they trying to get you to do something that they ain't never even thought about doing. And arguing among themselves and coaches dang fighting on the field, one thing and another. I just, I've seen all of that. You talking about, dysfunctional.
You mentioned earlier that coaching 2 hours a day, man, that's nothing.
Yeah. Practicing.
Practicing 2 hours a day.
Yeah.
Talking to Clint Riggins and some Stan White and some of these other guys, I'm not sure they would. I think they'd beg to differ. 2 hours, more than 2 hours with you.
Well,
but Coach, they were better men for it. But I love hearing them talk about what you did put them through, and it's said in an appreciative way.
Well, I didn't know any other way to get it done.
Mm-hmm.
If they do it on the practice field, they're gonna do it on Saturday. And we started down in 90 and bottomed out in 91. And I look out at our football team in 91, and I said, "Who is that? Who in the world that's got them Auburn uniforms on?" And I made up my mind right then. I said, I got to make some changes, is what we're doing. So the first thing I did was change our strength and conditioning coach. So I made that change in our off-season program. He was one of those guys that could push them beyond their limits, and they wouldn't take it personal. But he would not let them get away with anything less than the best they had in the weight room. And I give him the credit for building that football team in 92. See, we were a pretty good football team in 92, but we played sophomores and freshmen.
Mm-hmm.
And then Stan was getting better as quarterback. And then as our routine changed as far as the off season and year-round conditioning and the whole bit. We changed the culture of our football program, and that we had lost, and it happened so subtly. It was my fault. It was nobody's fault but mine. See, that team had won 3 straight conference championships. I knew it was about 8 or 9 of them. I knew they knew how to play, and I knew they knew how to win. What it killed was our young players, that we didn't work them as hard and didn't demand as much. And we changed that.
Yeah.
And went back to the old sure way. And that's what Terry Bowden inherited. Let me tell you, the team that Terry Bowden inherited, the 22 starters, I don't know if you know this or not, only 2 of them was offered a scholarship to Alabama. Anthony Redmond, a tackle, and Stan White. They did not recruit Tony Robinson or Reed McMillan or Frank Sanders or Thomas Bailey, James Bostic.
Yeah.
Well, I can understand that he was in Fort Lauderdale, but they didn't recruit. But they didn't recruit James. They did not recruit Shannon Robique, Jason White, Leonard Thomas, Wayne Gandy. Anthony Redmond was the only one that started on offense, along with Stan White, that they recruited. On defense, we had Willie Whitehead that walked on from Tuskegee, Alonzo Etheridge, that we thought we'd made a mistake with when we signed him late from Selma. He was the other defensive end. Pelton, we moved from linebacker to defensive tackle. Now, Gary Walker was highly recruited, but he came from junior college. We might have signed him out of high school, and he couldn't get in school, but we later got him. And he was the other tackle. All three linebackers. Jason Miskell was Connecticut to walk on. Anthony Harris. As a cow and a calf deal. Penn State got the cow and we got the calf. Harris played 7, 8 years in the NFL.
Right.
Solomon. And then you go back there and you got Schellings, the strong safety, and Fred Smith, corner, and Calvin Jackson at corner. And Brian Robinson probably would have been, but Alabama didn't recruit him. And but he was a highly recruited player, and Frank Sanders was too.
Sure.
He was in the 4 people that came from Fort Lauderdale.
I've got to wrap it up, and I apologize for that.
That's all right.
Because there's so many more things. You talked to Rod before we went on the air about the fun that he and that Sonny Smith have. And Sonny moved away and came back to Auburn. When your career at Auburn was over, you've stayed in this area. You could have moved anywhere you want. You could have moved back home if
I could have gone. I could have gone anywhere. Of course, the Ramsey thing just did it, and I knew that I hadn't personally done anything wrong, but I was the athletic director and the head football coach, responsible for what went on in there. Somebody had to take the bullet, and the most logical guy to take the bullet was me. The institution and these families are all a lot more important than just me. And I could have stayed. I might have got fired, but I told the board, I said, look, we're going to do this right.
Mm-hmm.
If I retire, I'm going to do it. We're going to do it right because I know what Auburn was like when I got here, and I don't know what it's like today. I said, all 4 of my children are Auburn graduates. I spent the best years of my life in this program. I said, I don't want to go anywhere else. I said, this is home to me. I love the school and I love the people. And this is where I want to be. So we're going to do it right. And if you don't want to do it that way, then like I said, you're going to have to fire me. Then you're going to split the family sure enough. Mm-hmm. So they did it right. I've never looked back. I don't know how the board feels about it, from that standpoint.
Doubles in Dutton. Auburn advanced to the championship round last night by stroking an SEC-high 8 doubles against Stetson. Samuel Dutton pitched into the 7th, notching the big win on the night. Earlier today, North Carolina State eliminated Stetson 17-12, and it sets up what could be the first game of this championship round tonight. Good evening and welcome. And War Eagle from Sanford Stadium, Hitchcock Field at Plainsman Park with Brad Law. I'm Andy Bertram. Coop and McMurray smacked 3 of Auburn's 8 doubles last night. Bub Terrell continued his torrid postseason with 3 more runs batted in, including a 2-run double in the 7th that proved to be the game winner. Terrell is hitting .667 with a pair of doubles and 6 runs batted in this regional. In the championship round tonight, Auburn goes with freshman right-hander Andres Alvarez. The Seminole, Florida native is 2-1 with an earned run average of 6. NC State counters with Dominic Fritton, who's 5-5 with a 4.30 ERA. When we return, the Butch Thompson pregame report. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
It's the place to make lasting memories, like roasting marshmallows on a cool fall night. That's it. Turn it nice and slow. Get it toasted all. Oh, no, it's on fire. Oh, you want it on fire. Okay, that's a choice, I guess. Crunchy. For 5-star backyards and the most memorable experiences, Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have that yellow tag, you don't want it.
Hey guys, it's Auburn baseball season again, and if you want to hit your next big event out of the park, then get Baumhauer's Victory Grill in Auburn to help with all of your catering needs. From team parties to tailgating or any big event you may have, Baumhauer's always hits a home run by making sure all of your logistics are covered, and you can just sit back, relax, and enjoy the big game. And if you need a place to host your party, come try Baumhauer's new covered patio. Give us a call to book your big event today. Baumhauer's Victory Grill, 2353 Bent Creek Road in Auburn. War Eagle.
Since Auburn Bank opened in 1907, we've been tested by world wars, pandemics, and plenty of troubled times. Through it all, we've not only survived, but thrived by staying true to our core values of sound money management and putting our customers first. And just as surely as more challenges will come, we'll meet them the way we always have, with your confidence and our experience. Auburn Bank, champions of you. Member FDIC, online at auburnbank.com.
Children's of Alabama is excited to partner with Auburn Baseball because at Auburn, it's about making a difference on and off the field. The team is thrilled to introduce Hits and Sits, where all proceeds will benefit Children's of Alabama. Step up to the plate and sponsor a home game. You can sign up by visiting bc5foundation.org. Choose a game and a strikeout or a hit. It will be echoed beyond Plainsman Park into the lives of families at Children's of Alabama. Sign up today at bc5foundation.org. War Eagle.
Game day coverage of Auburn baseball continues now with our exclusive pregame conversation with head coach Butch Thompson.
As you get ready for this one tonight, I'll look back on last night and another record crowd and a ball game that lived up to all the hype in that one last night, that win over Stetson.
Both nights feel the same. It's just absolute grind. Just two teams who were in great approaches, competed like crazy. So did we. For every compliment I can give to an opponent, I can give the same back to us. Carson Myers on the mound the first game, Dutton, Hetzler last night. Stetson dropped their closer in the ball game in the sixth inning, and man, was his stuff set and as advertised. But then I go right back and I go, what a big swing Bub Terrell got off last night against that closer. And then Ike Irish, that was a huge run there late, his opposite field home run against one of the nation's best. So that was good. You know, we've had the lead 2 games, and these opponents have been so gritty, and everybody's going to be. I hope if our backs get against the wall that we're just hard to deal with, because everybody knows what you're playing for, and you have to continue to win to advance. So you're going to get scrappiness the rest of the way. I think that's what was so fun. The ballpark is just a fever pitch from where it's ever been in the history of our program. And I got former players coming back that's put on this uniform that they're beside themselves. We're starting to get to see this a little bit every day in these last few years, and we've been here all year in this new iteration. For people that are coming in the first time, like maybe for this weekend or for postseason, they're just beside themselves if they've played in the program for 1, 2, 3, or 4 years, whatever it may be, to see what it looks like. So, you know, I just kind of give it up. You know, God's will be done in this deal here. Our focus will be just on the process. Can we keep just playing hard? It doesn't have to be perfect, and it hadn't been perfect, but can we continue to play hard? And our fans in this crowd, in this atmosphere, can they will us out of innings, or can they will somebody with 2 strikes to keep getting a big hit? I think we can do it together. That's kind of the goal, is just stay focused on us and trying to continue to try to play the best baseball we can in front of this awesome home field.
Lost Eric Guevara last night as he went from first to home on a double by Ike Irish. Can you give us an update on your talented third baseman?
Yeah, probably not positive for the next 48 hours, whether we play him for 24, 48 hours. Still waiting. I think there was some imaging done this morning to see for sure. He absolutely had to come out of the game and is having trouble even walking. So the short term's not positive. Maybe we get him back next week. We got to get some direction from Dr. Emblem and the great staff that we have. And man, I thought Snow, that was a big double play that he started, a 5-4-3 in the 5th inning. Fabian is banged up. Everybody's banged up. Their second baseman come out of the game. There's no excuses being made. These guys will have to stretch and squeeze juice. Think about Freilich back there catching these games. We're going to put him right back out on the field today. But everybody's in that same boat. Really wanted to hold Fabian out last night, and he had to come in when we had to replace Guevara and made a couple of dandy defensive plays, just exceptional. So these guys are going to do everything they can to stay on the field. We'll be without Guevara for sure today, and probably if we had to play tomorrow for this, whatever happens in this regional. And hopefully we'll have him back next week. I'll try to stay positive until the doctor makes us reassess and think another way.
I think back to the 22 regional, and those were just 3 blowout wins. You're in the exact same spot that you were in 22, but to get there, it's been a completely different journey, hasn't it?
It sure has. When you say 22 regional, I remember playing a game and having to go home and sleep and come back and finish a game to win a regional. That was a tough sleep. There's a few tough sleeps out there. That was a tough sleep, but man, I don't care if it's by 1 run. I don't care what it is, as long as we can find a way. And I think who we are. Our pitching depth. Somebody's got to step up, and it can be 2 or 3 guys, but we got to step up, and our pitching depth has to be able to hold a rope. Still don't think we went low in 2 games, and again, credit to our opponents. So I would love for us to hook it up and go lower. I remember in LSU we had a sweep here this year, and I remember that was an Alvarez to a Graves, to a Watts, type deal. So that's kind of where we're at in our pitching staff. The offense has to continue to try to be productive, and they have been. I think they scored 17 runs in 2 games, and we need to continue to play offense because that's the strength of our club. And then conversely, our defense has got to stay still. The infield defense has been great. Fralick's been great. A lot of balls put in play. There was not many strikeouts on either side last night. So I think when everybody's engaged with their season on the line, you're going to get great 2-strike approaches like hitting coaches want their teams to do all year long. This is when you get the best 2-strike approaches of the whole year because everybody's trying to fight for their team and put a ball in play. So I think that defense is going to be very important and keep scoring. And, it'd be nice for this pitching staff to hook it up and go low.
Wish you all the best tonight. War Eagle.
War Eagle.
Children's of Alabama is excited to partner with Auburn baseball because at Auburn, it's about making a difference on and off the field. The team is thrilled to introduce Hits and Sits, where all proceeds will benefit Children's of Alabama. Step up to the plate and sponsor a home game. You can sign up by visiting bc5foundation.org. Choose a game and a strikeout or a hit. It will be echoed beyond Plainsman Park into the lives of families at Children's of Alabama. Sign up today at bc5foundation.org. War Eagle.
Strike out ants, termites, and other pests with a call to Cook's Pest Control. Cook's proven pest control methods and superior termite control system keep your home safe and are backed by a 110% satisfaction guarantee. As the weather gets warmer, your spring cleaning isn't done until you call the official pest control partner of the Auburn Tigers, Cook's Pest Control.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
The starting lineups are presented by Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have that yellow tag, you don't want it.
Auburn will be the visiting team again in tonight's ball game, so we'll give you the home team first. NC State, Elliott Avent in his 28th season at the helm of the Wolfpack. He's won over 1,000 games in his tenure there in Raleigh. Ty Head is his center fielder and leadoff hitter. Batting second in left field, it's Josh Hogue. Chris McHugh, the first baseman, hits third. Alex Sosa catches and bats cleanup. Batting fifth, it's the shortstop, Justin DeCrisio. Luke Nixon, the second baseman, hits sixth. The 7-hole hitter is the DH, Brandon Novi. Ryder Woodson plays third base, bats eighth. And Braden Frassman, the right fielder, rounds out the order. Again for the Wolfpack, 35-20 after the win over Stetson earlier tonight. It's Head, Hogue, McHugh, Sosa, DeCrisio, Nixon, Novi, Woodson, and Frassman. Now for the Auburn Tigers, Butch Thompson's troops, 40-18 on the year, 40-18 the record. The leadoff hitter is Chris Rembert, the second baseman. Bub Terrell's having a great regional. He'll bat second and play left field. Hitting third and right is Ike Irish. Cleanup hitter, first baseman Cooper McMurray. Batting fifth, the DH Lucas Steele. Eric Snow starts at third base and hits sixth. Batting seventh in center field, it's Cade Ballou. Chase Fralick catches and hits eighth. And Derek Fabian starts at short and bats ninth. Again for the Tigers, Rembert, Terrell, Irish, McMurray, Steele, Snow, Ballou, Freilich, and Fabian. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Auburn Sports Network. Almost ready for baseball. The Tigers come to the plate for the first time when we come back. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. Sirius XM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On SEC Radio, there is complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the Sirius XM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of Sirius XM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
Here's a clip from a recent Talking Tigers podcast with Andy Burcham.
Auburn baseball pitching coach Everett Tiefert.
We really had a great fall. I love what we did as far as trying to grow as a group, which I think was definitely a point of emphasis for us. You know, we did morning practice where, you know, coaches went and had breakfast with the guys. So we really spent a lot of time really bringing our guys together. We had them at our houses. You know, I had all the pitchers over to my house. Gabe had all the hitters over to his house. We're talented, but coming together as a team is what we need. And I think we did a good job of that. We do have a lot of talent, and I feel like I did a better job getting them prepared for the season than maybe I did last year.
A new episode of the Talking Tigers podcast is released every Monday, wherever you listen to podcasts. Like and subscribe to the Talking Tigers podcast, only from the Auburn Sports Network.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining Built Ford Tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, Built Ford Tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
Exclusive play-by-play coverage of Auburn baseball is brought to you by Alabama Power, proud supporter of the Auburn Tigers. Alabama Power, power for a better Alabama. And by Cook's Pest Control, keeping your home and business safe from pests and termites since 1928.
After NC State needed nearly 4 hours to knock Stetson out of the Auburn Regional, the Wolfpack are trying to stay alive here tonight against your Auburn Tigers. The throw goes wild down to second. Rembert ready to step in. Hogue, Head, Frasman in the outfield. First to third in the infield for the Wolfpack. McHugh, Nixon, DeCrisio, and Woodson. Sosa behind the plate. Dominic Fritton is starting for the second time in 3 days. He started the opener against Stetson. Managed only 33 pitches, 6'1", 193, a lefty out of Fuquay Arena, North Carolina. The junior is 5-5 with a 4.30 earned run average, 16 starts, 83 and 2/3 innings, 103 strikeouts, 40 earned runs, 86 hits, 265 the average against Dominic Fritton. First up against the lefty, Chris Rembert. First up in the ballgame, the voice of the Tigers, Andy Burcham.
Lefty goes off the stretch. Rembert 1 for 10 in the regional. The first pitch is upstairs for ball one. First pitch weather forecast brought to you by Blue Moon. Everything becomes brighter. Every sip of their Belgian-style wheat ale crafted with Valencia orange peel and coriander. 76 degrees, wind out of the west at 3 miles an hour, partly cloudy skies overhead. 1-0 to Rembert is in for a strike. David Ewell behind the plate. Nate White down at first, Eric Gaucher at second, and Mark Hutchinson is at third. A ball and a strike to Rembert. Stretch the pitch. It misses outside, 2 balls and a strike.
For Fritton, fastball, slider, splitter. Fastball up to 96, but again, he started 2 days ago, and this is by far the least rest he's had between starts.
2-1 pitch to Rembert. Swing, line drive, base hit. Into center field in the gap. Rembert cuts the bag at first. He'll hold up there. And it's a leadoff single for the Tigers.
Auburn at its best offensively when those right-handed hitters don't mind going the other way, especially against a left-handed starter who's going to try to own the outside corner up and away. Auburn struggled against that, quite frankly, against Ole Miss on Friday night and in the SEC tournament against Lampkin. Rembert took one up and away and sent it into right field.
With Guevara out of the lineup, Bub Terrell has been Auburn's best hitter in this regional, and he moves into the 2-hole. 4 for 6 this weekend with 6 runs batted in. It's raised his average to 296, so it's lefty on lefty here as Rembert gets his lead in the pitch. And Bub takes a strike on the inside corner.
Something to note, fastball for Fritton, 93 to 96. He's thrown it 3 times so far tonight. They've all been 93. So not to beat the dead horse, but how much does the short rest affect his velocity?
0-1 misses upstairs, an off-speed pitch. This is a North Carolina State team that has 17 pickoffs this year. Fritton has 3 of those. Something to keep an eye on tonight. 1-1 to Terrell. The leadoff single for Rembert. He's at first. Stretching the 1-1. Bub takes it in there for a strike. Took something off of that. A ball and 2 strikes now to Bub Terrell. His 2-run double last night in the 7th turned out to be the game winner. Auburn won by 3 thanks to that leadoff homer by Ike Irish in the 9th inning. He's in the on-deck circle, the 1-2. Just got a piece of it as it fouls back to the screen. Tigers in the home white, actually not the home team, but the home white trousers, the orange jerseys, the blue numerals and lettering, the blue ball caps with the orange AU on the front. It's the road grays, although North Carolina State is the road team with the red trim, red ball caps. Count remains a ball and 2 strikes to Bub Terrell. Glad to have you with us tonight. Pitch all the way to the backstop. It bounces out to the pitcher, and Rembert goes to second base on the wild pitch.
Wild pitch number 9 this year for Fritton.
Sosa had no shot to get to that one.
Lefties hitting 321 against Fritton. Righties 227.
I'll be honest. I get the replay. The ball just went over his head. He just didn't get the. I think he was looking for something else.
Got crossed up on the pitch.
Yeah, 2-2 the count. Stretch the pitch. Bub swings, lines it up the first baseline, but foul by about 8 feet.
I don't know if that's a slider or a straight curveball because it's a lot of vertical break, and he's got an overhand motion when he throws it. That almost looks like a straight curve, and Bub with a great swing on it, but was just a little bit early.
Over 7,300 here Friday night, 7,400 last night. And it's another big, big crowd on this championship night. 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 call. Fastball right down the middle. We will have to wait for the strike call of the home plate umpire, David Ewell. Terrell down on strikes. Good pitch from Fritton, and here is Ike Irish.
Fritton is a strikeout pitcher, better than 1 per inning. Leads the ACC in called third strikes.
Irish into the box, and they're flying all over the ballpark tonight.
Birds flying high.
Yes,
Love
indeed.
that.
Rembert with the lead down at second, 1 out with Irish at the plate. Here comes the pitch, and Ike takes a strike.
Look low. Must have clipped it coming through.
Ike 4 for 9 on the weekend. 3 runs scored, a couple runs batted in, a home run last night. Batting .356 on the season, 17 homers, 54 RBI. The pitch. Outside. A ball and a strike.
You know, the bird, the flapping of the wings reminds me of Sonny DeShera in 2022 when they would play his theme music and everybody would clap and it would become an Italian wedding.
Yes, indeed. Rembert with the lead, the 1-1. Irish takes it on the inside corner, strike 2. Ike thought that was low. Going to have to adjust to this strike zone for David Ewell tonight.
Well, Butch Thompson wants his pitchers to get a little lower in the strike zone. If they can get that called strike, it'll be a good night for Alvarez.
The lefty Fritton comes set. The 1-2 pitch to Irish. Bounces up there. It is blocked by Alex Sosa. Count goes to 2-2.
Yes, on top of the plate is too low.
Outfield plays Irish to go the opposite way, and for good reason.
which means if he could get it over the top of McHugh at first base, he could run for a while.
2-2 pitch. Stayed back on that one, and he fouled it out of play off the left side. We're just underway in the championship round of the Auburn, Alabama Regional. Tigers, the unbeaten team. North Carolina State has to win tonight to force a final game tomorrow. Ike slightly open, stands from the left side, awaits the 2-2. Here it is. And he fouls off another pitch. Down. And he fouled it back. North Carolina State beat Stetson today 17-12. Game that went back and forth until a 10-run eighth inning for the Wolfpack. Another 2-2 pitch. Bounced up there. Good block by Sosa. Count goes full. In that game, Stetson came back and cut the lead to 3.
Yeah.
But North Carolina State just never stopped scoring in the ball game and ended up winning their second straight elimination win after beating Central Connecticut State yesterday.
It was the second most runs they've scored in a game this year since their third game of the year against Fairfield when they put up 19.
Here's the 3-2. Ike chops it up the first baseline. Came in with an off-speed pitch. Ike stayed back and fouled it off the right side.
Seen a lot more of the breaking ball, not a lot of fastballs to Irish. And I would assume the same would be the case for McMurray on deck.
I think State likes the lefty-on-lefty matchup. That has been a bit of a problem for Auburn late in this season. We'll see if that continues tonight. 2-2 or 3-2. Irish drives it into right field. It's down for a hit. Rembert had to make sure that Frasman didn't get to the ball. Irish is aboard with his 5th hit of the weekend, and Auburn has runners at the corners with 1 out.
Well, he caught every bit of it, just that smooth swing that we're so used to seeing from Irish and a laser into right. And Frasman had to make a decision at that point. Do you try to come in and make an above-average difficulty play? But I think there was a play to be made, but if you don't make it, a run is in and Ike's at second base or more.
And here is Cooper McMurray, 4 for 8. That includes 3 doubles alone last night. He scored 4 times, driven home a run. Auburn first baseman leads the Tigers with 58 runs batted in. He bats with runners at the corners and 1 out in the top of the first. Fritton off the stretch in the pitch. Cooper takes a strike. Good pitch. Down in the strike zone.
Fritton lasted just a third of an inning, gave up 6 runs. 3 of them were unearned. He walked 3, gave up 2 hits Friday to Stetson.
0-1 the count to McMurray. Fritton off the stretch. And a throw to first, and Irish is back. Rembert trying to be a distraction coming down the third base line, but with Fritton, the lefty, working off the stretch, that's behind him.
Yeah. He's got a little freedom to roam out there, though, because they're playing Cooper to pull on the infield. So third baseman further off the line.
Here's the 0-1. McMurray fouled it back off speed at 81, 0-2 the count. He has gone to a 2-strike count in the last 3 at-bats, all lefties. He struck out Terrell. Irish worked a 3-2 count and singled, and he's ahead of McMurray 0-2. Dominic Fritton comes set, the 0-2 pitch. McMurray took it off the outside edge.
In their first 3 games this weekend, NC State has used 12 pitchers. Nobody's gone more than 4 innings. They've used a couple of those guys twice.
1 ball and 2 strikes, the count to McMurray. Irish leads from first, Rembert from third. 1 out in the top of the first. Irish goes the pitch. Swing, drive, deep to right, but it is foul. Plenty of distance, but it deflected off the screen down in the right field corner. Irish got a good jump for first, didn't he?
He really did. He timed it perfectly. Love sending the runner there. Auburn trying to be aggressive against Fritton here in the first inning. Second really good swing by a left-handed hitter that was just a little bit early.
Another 1-2 pitch to McMurray. Here it is. Just missed the outside corner. I mean, barely missed the outside corner with a fastball. 2-2. Lucas Steele on deck. He'll be the next right-handed hitter for the Tigers. 2 balls and 2 strikes to McMurray. Runners at the corners. The pitch. Foul tip into the glove of the catcher, and McMurray is down on strikes. Got him with a fastball at 93, 2 down.
Yep, got it in the inside corner. And if he makes a mistake with that pitch over the plate, Cooper's parking it in right field, but he placed it well on the inside.
Part of the problem for Fritton in that opener, where he gave up 6 runs and only lasted a third of an inning, he couldn't find the strike zone against.
It was a very tight strike
Stetson.
zone.
That has not been the problem so far tonight. Here's Lucas Steele. Auburn DH, 2 for 9, a couple runs scored, 2 RBIs. Pitch. Foul tip. Started him with an off-speed pitch. 0-1 the count to Lucas. He's hitting .276, 9 homers and 43 runs batted in. Irish with a lead at first and Rembert from third. They're there with 2 outs. Stretching the pitch. Inside, a ball and a strike now to Steele. Outfield plays Steele straight away. Infield back with 2 outs. Rembert from third and Irish from first. Irish goes. The pitch is high. No throw to second base. And Irish has his 11th stolen base of the year. The pitch was a strike. So Steele behind the ball and 2 strikes.
11th stolen base of the year for Ike. Now base hit scores 2.
Second and third with 2 outs. 1-2 pitch. Steele just got a piece of the slider down. A leadoff single for Rembert, a 1-out single by Irish. Strikeouts to both Terrell and McMurray. Irish with a stolen base. They're at second and third. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Steele on the way. Just missed inside, 2-2. Don't see Sunday night crowds at Plainsman Park.
No, period.
Until you get to the postseason.
Yeah.
Here's a 2-2 pitch to Steele on the way. Tried to hold up on a pitch that was down. He went around, and the inning comes to a close. Fritton strikes out the side. No runs, 2 hits, no errors. 2 men left for Auburn. We go to the bottom of the first. No score, and this is the Auburn Sports Network.
Check out the Talking Tigers podcast wherever you listen to podcasts. The Talking Tigers podcast is a series of one-on-one interviews hosted by the voice of the Tigers, Andy Burcham. Each week, Andy is joined by a featured guest with Auburn ties from athletics, entertainment, and other walks of life. Past legends and present trailblazers, insightful and entertaining. It's the Talking Tigers podcast with Andy Burcham. Like and subscribe wherever you listen to podcasts today.
If your day sounds like
we need the report ASAP,
you deserve Modelo. If you've persevered through, you deserve this rich golden lager with a crisp but refreshing taste. Or if you overcame,
2 more rings, 2 more.
you deserve this ice cold reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Port, Chicago, Illinois.
Auburn threatens but does not score in the top of the first, and so Andreas Alvarez is out there in the bottom of the inning in a scoreless game. NC State will have Head, Hogue, and McHugh coming to the plate. Defensively, Terrell in left, Ballou in center, Irish in right field. Along the infield, first to third, McMurray, Rembert, Fabian, Snow, Freilich behind the plate. And Andreas Alvarez, the freshman, gets his first taste of regional action. The freshman from Seminole, Florida, 5'10", 192. The right-hander is making his 8th start of the season, his 13th appearance. He's 2-1 with an earned run average of 6 even. 36 innings, 37 hits, 24 earned runs, 15 walks, and 28 strikeouts. He's hit 5 batters, thrown 4 wild pitches. Teams are hitting .268 against Andreas Alvarez.
And he will get tie head, Josh Hogue and Chris McHugh in the first. North Carolina State 35-20, went 17-11 in the ACC. Head 3 for 14 on the weekend, and the first pitch from Alvarez is a strike on the outside corner at 95. Snow plays even with the bag, but off the line at third. The pitch, strike 2.
94 on that fastball. Alvarez last pitched against Jack State on the 13th of May.
That turned out to be a run rule game. 0-2 pitch to hit. Here it is. High and away.
That was his only appearance in the month of May. Pitched 5 innings, gave up 1 hit, no runs, walked 1, struck out 2.
Yeah. He goes from a midweek game to what could be the championship game of the regional. How about that? 1-2 pitch to head. Loops it out of play off the left side.
And Butch Thompson mentioned the LSU start that he had back in the middle of April. In that game, he went 4 shutout innings, gave up just 2 hits. Didn't strike anybody out, walked 3, but managed to keep LSU off the scoreboard.
1-2 to head. Ground ball to the right side. McMurray with a backhand stab. Takes it to the bag for the out. A look into that Auburn bullpen right now. It is fully stocked.
Yeah.
We know that this is going to be a bullpen game for Auburn. Just know you just got to have them down there and get them ready to go when needed. Head down on the 3U. 3 unassisted, first out. And here's Josh Hogue. 8 for 15 this weekend. A home run. He's driven home at 2. Scored 3 times. Lefty against the righty Alvarez, who misses high and away. Hogue is hitting .324, a team leading 11 homers, and 43 runs batted in. 1-0. Swing and a miss at a high fastball at 96. Three in this lineup with double-digit home runs. Hogue and Frasman with 11, and Sosa, the catcher, with 10. 1-1 to Hogue. Tried to get the outside corner, missed. 2 balls and a strike the count. Auburn threatened but did not score in the top of the first. Left runners at the corners. 1 out, nobody on for North Carolina State in the bottom of the first. 2-1 pitch. Outside, 3-1. Auburn plays Hogue to pull. And now he has a 3-1 pitch coming up. Here it is. Fastball, got it in just enough. A 94-mile-an-hour heater.
Yeah.
And Hogue fouled it back.
That was good. Hogue knew a fastball was coming. He was sitting on the fastball, but because of the placement, he couldn't drive it.
Andreas, the wind in the 3-2. Hogue sends one to center. That's where Cade Ballou ranges back and makes the catch for the second out.
94-mile-an-hour fastball. If it's up, you can drive that much further, but because Hogue had to go down just a little bit to get it, and Butch Thompson, you talk about getting to the floor, get a little lower. He talked about that in both of the first 2 games of this regional. They want to try to get even lower. That's why they like Alvarez going tonight.
2 outs, and here's Chris McHugh, the first baseman for the Wolfpack, 3 for 14. A run scored, a run batted in. Batting .366 on the season. The pitch to him. Slider that misses outside for ball 1. McHugh with 7 homers and 48 runs batted in. His 48 RBI leads the Wolfpack. And his .366 average leads them as well. Line drive, that'll get down for a base hit. Into right field. McHugh around first base, holds up there, goes down, throw back in, and not in time, and the ball gets away from McMurray. McHugh tried to put on the brakes and lost his balance. Irish threw in behind him, but McHugh got back to the bag. So a 2-out single to right by Chris McHugh. And that brings the catcher, Alex Sosa, to the plate. From Vieira, Florida, sophomore, left-handed hitter. batting .292 with 10 homers and 40 runs batted in.
Sosa caught the entire first game of the day today for NC State. That was nearly a 4-hour ball game.
McHugh gets his lead at first with 2 down. Sosa jumps on the first pitch, a fastball, and fouls it back. No score, 2 outs. Bottom of the first, a runner at first base for North Carolina State. Alvarez comes set. The 0-1 pitch. Sosa thought about it, did not go after it as it misses down and in. 1-1 the count.
They came into this game hitting .314 as a team with 9 home runs, far and away the most homers in the regional.
1-1. Chopper, big hop. Fabian just takes it to the bag at second, and the inning comes to a close. No runs on a hit, no errors, and a man left. We're through 1. No score between the Tigers and the Wolfpack, and Auburn baseball continues in a moment.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining Built Ford Tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, Built Ford Tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
Don't stop planning for your future. Don't stop investing in your kids' education. Don't stop dreaming of that new home. And don't stop growing your business. Whatever you're passionate or dreaming about, don't stop. Because when you have a bank you can trust, you have the confidence to take on tomorrow. Speak with a Trustmark associate today for advice on achieving your goals. Trustmark. People you trust, advice that works. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
You're listening to Auburn Baseball at the NCAA Regionals. Now back to Plainsman Park for more of the Tigers and Wolfpack.
We move to the top of the second. Auburn is the visiting squad for the second straight game in this region. No score between the Tigers and NC State. Snow, Ballou, and Freilich for Auburn here in the second inning. The starter, Dominic Fritton, gave up a couple base hits, but Auburn could not drive home either Rembert or Irish, and Fritton struck out the side. Eric Snow's had a good weekend for the Tigers. That's just the way he has played for Auburn down the stretch of this season. He is 5 for 8 in the regional. He scored 4 times, driven home 3. Has played second, short, and third for the Tigers.
He's riding an 11-game hitting streak, and almost half of those have been multi-hit games.
And takes the first pitch, a high strike call to Snow, batting .309, 7 homers, and 33 runs batted in. Snow, Ballou, and Freilich for Auburn. A righty and a couple lefties against the lefty Fritton. The pitch. Eric swings and misses. That may be the splitter. Ball dropping out of sight.
Snow went into the finale at Ole Miss hitting .294. So in just a couple of weeks, he's raised his average 15 points.
He's behind 0-2. Stretch in the pitch. He swings and lifts it up on the right side and into the 984 club. Fritton has done a very good job getting ahead of every hitter so far. Control was a massive problem for him Friday. Not so here early tonight. Here's the 0-2. Snow lifts it into right. Frashman over a couple steps, makes the catch for the first out of the inning.
Got it in enough. It was up and far enough in that Eric couldn't turn on it.
And here's Cade Ballou about to make his first ever NCAA regional at bat.
15 years ago in this ballpark against an ACC team, and Auburn native had a pretty big swing of the bat.
Got Creed Simpson on a Sunday night against Clemson. Auburn, the visiting squad that night, that pushed that regional to a Monday. Here's the pitch to Ballou, high and outside. And the third baseman, Woodson, came up near the edge of the grass. Ballou with very good speed. He has 12 stolen bases. Woodson even with the bag now, and the 1-0. Cade thought about committing to the pitch and took it inside corner for a strike, a ball and a strike. No score. We're in the top of the second. One out for Auburn. 1-1 pitch to Ballou. Behind the pitch, down and away.
You think that's a splitter?
I think it is.
Yeah, it doesn't appear to have a lot of lateral movement.
But it's got some drop.
Yeah.
And he may see it again on a 1-2 pitch. Stretched by Fritton and the pitch. Ballou chops it first base side and foul. Past the first base coach, Andrew Dutton. Third base coach is Carl Nonamaker. Gabe Gross with the signs from the dugout this season. We're in the top of the second. No score between Auburn and North Carolina State. Auburn wins tonight. Tigers win the regional. Get ready for a super regional here. A state win moves to a final game tomorrow. The pitch, Ballou takes it high. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Britton was freshman All-ACC 2 years ago, second-team freshman All-American 2 years ago. 5 straight starts, make it 4 straight starts of 5 innings or more before Friday night's Stetson game.
Here's the 2-2. Just missed the outside corner. Count goes full. He went to a full count against Irish in the first, and Ike singled to right. Now 3-2 to Ballou with 1 out, nobody on in the Auburn second. Stretched by Fritton and the 3-2. Hitting. Well, that's not a big surprise, is it?
No, it is not.
Off-speed pitch that came in and to hit Cade Ballou. That is the 21st time this season. And Auburn with a runner on board.
Now does Auburn try to do running with Cade here or with the lefty with 3 pickoffs? So they're a little more conservative. They were running with Irish earlier. That was with 1 out and runners at the corners. I like the way Freilich handles the bat, obviously.
Ballou gets a lead at first. Look out for the move from Fritton. He has 3 pickoffs. The pitch. Freilich takes it high and inside. Irish with a stolen base in the first, his 11th. Ballou is 12 of 14 of this season. And he edges away from first. Here's the pitch. Freilich loops it left side, foul ground. Long run for a Hogue, foul ground, and he runs out of room as it falls about 5 rows deep into the stands. 1 ball and 1 strike to count.
Thought that one might stay in play. Be interesting to see now how Woodson sort of at in-between depth at third base.
Chase Freilich is 2 for 8 this weekend with a run scored. He's batting .335 this season. 4 homers and 39 runs batted in for Auburn's everyday catcher. Freshman All-SEC. Outfield plays Freilich to hit the opposite way. Ballou with the lead at first and a throw over. And Cade is back.
Woodson even with the bag now. I wonder if they were trying to get Freilich to show they think he might be bunting.
I think Auburn's more apt to run the runner at first than bunt here. And they've got Ballou picked off. Throw down to second base. Ballou goes down. And the shortstop runs him down for the out. 2 down in the inning. 4th pickoff this season for Fritton. 1, 3, 6. 2 outs and nobody on. That changes the inning, doesn't it?
Sure does.
Here's Freilich. Shortstop chased him all the way back to the first base bag and tagged him on the backside. A ball and a strike to Freilich. Here's the pitch. A little bit up. 2 balls and a strike on a fastball at 93. Fastball gets up to 95-ish. Slider and a splitter. The scouting report that we have on Dom Fritton. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Maybe down. 3-1. Three balls and a strike to Freilich. Fritton stretches and pitches. Swing line drive left center field. That is into the canyon and off the wall. Freilich around first base. He digs for second with a 2-out double. That is the 16th of the year. And you knew he was going to do something after Freilich or after Ballou was picked off in first base. You knew it was going to come. I mean, it's almost written in stone, isn't it?
Well, he got a hitter's count, and he got a great pitch to drive. You're not going to get that pitch by Freilich, and left it up. Chase drove it opposite field into the canyon. A lot of room.
It's Auburn's 9th double in the last 2 games. The 8 doubles last night against Stetson, the most by an SEC team this year. And now Fabian to the plate. Pitch on the way. He shows bunt, pulls the bat back, and the pitch misses high for ball 1. With 2 outs, the third baseman Woodson playing back. Let's see if he edges in just a bit. Derek is 2 for 7 in the tournament. Pitch on the way. Again shows bunt. That's a strike on the outside corner.
Might have been showing that until he got a strike.
Freilich at second base with a double. Auburn's 3rd hit of the night. Chase is there with 2 down. A ball and a strike now to Fabian. There's the stretch and the pitch. Strike call at the knees. A ball and 2 strikes. Infield back with 2 down. Outfield play straight away. Medium depth with Fabian at the plate. 1-2 pitch coming up to the Auburn shortstop. Here it is. Foul tip off the glove of the catcher. And Fabian stays alive with Rembert on deck. With 1 out, Cade Ballou is hit by a pitch and then picked off. And then Chase Freilich on a 3-1 pitch, doubled into the gap in left center field. Count remains a ball and 2 strikes to Fabian here in the second. The pitch. It missed low, off-speed delivery. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count.
Already 54 pitches for Fritton. Now, Auburn has missed a couple of opportunities to get runs across, but they put 54 pitches into this NC State starter in the first 2 innings.
He stretches. Here's the 2-2. Ground ball to the shortstop. Charges, fields, and throws to first. Fabian is retired, and Auburn is retired in the second. No runs, a hit, no errors, a man left. We move to the bottom of the second. No score between Auburn and North Carolina State. And this is the Auburn Sports Network.
For 70 years, Max Credit Union has been more than just a financial institution. We've been a part of your community, your milestones, your dreams. At Max, you're not just a customer. You're a member, a neighbor, a friend. So as we celebrate 70 years of trust, service, and financial growth, we want to say thank you. Thank you for choosing Max, and thank you for letting us be a part of your journey. Max Credit Union, 70 years strong and just getting started. Federally insured by NCUA.
The Goose Performing Arts Center at Auburn University is Alabama's premier destination for the arts, bringing you the very best of Broadway, dance, music, and more. Learn more about upcoming performances and see the calendar of events online at gougecenter.auburn.edu. That's GOGUE center.auburn.edu. Or call the box office 334-844-TIXS.
We move to the bottom of the second. No score between Auburn and North Carolina State. Coastal Carolina awaits the winner of this regional.
Yep.
Chanticleers with a 1-0 win against East Carolina. Coastal Carolina was undefeated in its regional. And if Auburn wins, Coastal Carolina comes here. If North Carolina State wins 2, they go to Coastal for the Super Regional.
Coastal Carolina, the first team to win a regional.
Punch its ticket.
Yep, punch its ticket to the Supers.
Justin DeCrisio will lead it off. Luke Nixon and Brandon Novi for Coastal Carolina in the second. As Alvarez winds and fires and almost hit DeCrisio, it misses inside. Second inning brought to you by Southern Union. There's a new path to the Plains that runs for Southern Union State Community College. 1-0 to DeCrisio. Chopper on a hop. Fabian gets there, throws to first, low but out. You can move seamlessly to Auburn to complete a bachelor's degree in selected programs by taking courses at Southern Union and Auburn concurrently, all at Southern Union's tuition rates. Let Southern Union put you on a path to the Plains.
Yellowwood School Board, Tennessee, and Wake Forest are tied at 6th in the top of the 8th in Knoxville. Wake trying to force a game tomorrow. North Carolina leads Oklahoma 3-2 in the 6th in Chapel Hill.
Here's Luke Nixon, and the first pitch from Alvarez is a fastball at 94 for strike one. Nixon 3 for 14, 3 runs batted in, 4 runs scored, and a homer. Wind and the pitch. Swing and a miss. He was out in front of the change. 0-2. And if Alvarez has the change working tonight, friends, settle in.
Beat me to it. Showing the fastball a lot early. Now we see the change up a little more.
0-2 to Nixon. Batting .292. The pitch to him. Line drive up the first baseline. It's foul. Bounces off the brickwork and out to Ike Irish, who floats the ball into the K corner. Count remains no balls and 2 strikes to Nixon. The pitch. Wasted one high and outside, a ball and 2 strikes.
Earlier today, Vanderbilt eliminated by Wright State in Nashville. Also, Oklahoma State eliminated Georgia in Athens.
1-2. Nixon chops it in the hole and through. It's a base hit beyond to Rembert and into right field.
Just a high hopper, a tomahawk swing by Nixon. And with McMurray going to the bag, Rembert, the only guy could get it, had to go too far to his left.
And North Carolina State's best runner is on base. Nixon, 14 stolen bases in 16 attempts, and that brings Brandon Novi to the plate. 4 for 12, 5 runs scored, 6 RBI, and a couple homers. He's hit 2 of his 3 home runs here this weekend. The pitch missed a little bit up.
Yellowwood School Board, Kentucky leads West Virginia 10-7 in the 6th. Kentucky trying to force a winner-take-all game tomorrow.
Good lead over there by Nixon. The stretch and a throw over, and he's back.
That is in the Clemson Regional, where Kentucky eliminated Clemson earlier today. Texas San Antonio leads Texas 2-0 in the bottom of the 2nd in Austin.
1-0 pitch to Novi. Fastball in there for a strike. You'd think that Aubie's here down to our right. Autographs and pictures. It's not Aubie. It's Bruce Pearl. There's royalty in the house, friends. 1-1 to Novi. Throw to first.
Close.
Very close. Good throw right on top of the bag by Alvarez.
We have seen former Letterman here this weekend and coaches from other sports. We've seen President Roberts here.
Another throw over. Nixon back. 1-out single to right by Nixon. His 4th hit of the tournament. Gets a pretty good lead over there. Now the 1-1. Novi took it inside. 2-1. Alvarez gets the sign. Comes set, throws again, first, close, out! Out! Alvarez with his team-leading 3rd pickoff this season.
You mentioned that Nixon is the best base runner, the leader in stolen bases for NC State, and Auburn knew it too. They paid close attention. Alvarez with a terrific move. They nearly got him a couple of times before that.
Great tag. I mean, the tag was right on the catch against Nixon. Here's the pitch to Novi. Strike. 2-2.
Well, turnabout is fair play.
Yeah. 2 outs and no one on now. And Novi, even in the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2 pitch. Here it is. Ground ball foul. Past third. Elliott Avant, the longtime coach for North Carolina State. He was the head coach when North Carolina State came to this regional in 1999.
Yeah.
Gabe Gross played in that regional. 2-2. Missed high. Did Alvarez. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Auburn, of course, went to North Carolina State back in 2018 and won its first regional since that 1999 regional. Won 3 straight games, beating North Carolina State in the championship. 3-2 pitch to Novi. Line drive into left center field. It's down for a base hit. Well, just like Auburn in the top of the inning, after the man is picked off from first, the next guy up gets a base hit, a 2-out single to left by Novi, and that brings Ryder Woodson to the plate.
Soft liner by Novi. Alvarez tried to get it on the inside corner under the hands. He just pulled his hands in and kind of fisted it out into shallow center.
Novi, or rather Woodson, has had a fabulous weekend. He's 5 for 10, has scored 4 times, has driven home a team-high 8, and has hit 3 home runs. He bats with a runner at first and 2 down. Stretch in the pitch from Alvarez. Chopper foul past third. Third baseman for the Wolfpack, hitting .385 on the season. All 3 of his home runs this year have come this weekend. Must be the ballpark. 8 of his 12 runs batted in.
You know, it's only 315 down the left field line.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Woodson Alvarez stretches, and the 0-1. He tried to hold up. He did not. 0-2. Auburn didn't need to appeal that one. This is just the 5th start for Woodson this season, just his 23rd game, but he has made up for lost time this weekend. 0-2 as Alvarez comes set. Here's the pitch. Bounced up there, blocked, smothered by Fralick. A ball and 2 strikes.
He couldn't hold off on the last one. You could understand why they'd throw the exact same pitch in that situation. Still ahead in the count.
Novi at first. He's there with 2 down. The 1-2 pitch. Chopper, third base side, and foul. Auburn does not have Eric Guevara. He will not be playing tonight. Will not be playing tomorrow. They're waiting on an MRI on his knee that he injured in that first to home route on that double last night by Ike Irish. It is the same knee he tore the ACL in a year ago. 1-2 pitch. Here it is. Strike 3. Oh!
Wow.
I apologize.
Well, it looked like David Ewell was stepping back to call the 3rd strike, and the pitch looked like a strike.
Wow.
Whew.
Okay.
We see it again.
I've learned my lesson.
No, we cannot.
2-2 to Woodson. Stretch in the pitch. Fouled back. Fastball. And he fouled it. Had a good cut at that 94-mile-an-hour heater. New supply of baseballs for David Ewell. Boy, oh boy. Novi a lead at first. He's there with 2 outs. Bottom half of the second, no score between Auburn and NC State. 2-2 pitch. It missed low. Count goes full, and Novi gets an early start. Auburn thought they had him struck out 2 pitches ago. Got to overcome it right here. Braden Fressman, the right fielder, waits on deck. Alvarez off the stretch. There goes the runner, the pitch. Chopper foul at the plate. It got a piece of the hitter. And a new baseball for Andres Alvarez. Alvarez at 38 pitches. And another 3-2 coming up here to Ryder Woodson. Right-handed freshman out of Naples, Florida, the pitch. There's strike 3 on the outside corner. First strikeout of the night for Andres Alvarez. The K counter is presented by Kia of Auburn, where you're always number one. No runs, a hit, no errors, a man left. We're through 2. No score between Auburn and North Carolina State. And Auburn baseball continues in a moment.
Yellowwood knows that a 5-star backyard is the place to make lasting memories, like cookouts, cornhole with friends, ooh, a neighborhood potluck with your wife's pasta salad, the one with the feta, oh, sorry, or taking a nap on your deck in a hammock. Naps are memories. I love naps. For 5-star backyards and the most memorable experiences, Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have that yellow tag, you don't want it.
You sit in traffic now, but later, there's an ice cold reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. You've earned this rich golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste. Because you know all your patience is paid out in gold. You remain calm through honks, bumper to bumper, and people yelling. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Port, Chicago, Illinois.
We move to the top of the third, and the third inning tonight brought to you by the Vance Law Firm. The phone number is easy to remember, friends. They say dial 3 for me, 334-333-3333. 9, 1, and 2 hitters for Auburn in the third. To face, the top of the order for Auburn. Rembert, Terrell, and Irish for Auburn to face Dominic Fritton. 54 pitches for Fritton as Auburn starts the second time through the order. And now the bullpen for North Carolina State is populated. Nobody throwing, but they put some guys in that pen in the inning over, or the inning change. Rembert led up the game with a single, was stranded at third in the first inning. Pitch on the way to Chris. High, ball 1. No runs, 3 hits, no errors for both squads. Auburn bats in the top of the third. Stretched by Fritton in the pitch. Rembert up the middle, off of the pitcher and into left. Rembert with a big turn in second. He's aboard with a single. And North Carolina State will check on its pitcher.
Looked like the lower left leg.
It hit Fritton and bounced between the shortstop and the third baseman into shallow left. The athletic trainer is out. Elliot Avent is out as well. I'm not sure where that exactly where it hit him, Brad.
Yeah, I thought it looked like it got the lower left leg. Could have been the lower right leg. We're going to get another look at it.
Right leg, and it hit him above. It looked like it hit him right on the shin, didn't it?
Yep. Like right below the shin.
That got him. And he winced and is walking it off with the athletic trainer in tow. And he has not thrown a pitch, even a warm-up. Now he will.
Yeah, that right leg for the lefty. That's the plant foot.
That ball was headed to center field. It was going to be a base hit regardless for Rembert.
Oh, it was a rocket.
And Chris is 2 for 2 on the night. And like he did in the first, he leads off the third with a single. And we'll get some action already in the bullpen, and you can understand why for North Carolina State. And Fritton is going to give it a go. That is not a visit charge to North Carolina State because of the potential injury to the pitcher. And that brings Bub Terrell to the plate for Auburn. Bob, the strikeout victim in the first. He's 4 for 7 in the tournament with 6 runs batted in. That 6 RBI leads Auburn. Rembert will lead it first. Fritton comes set in the pitch. Swing, ground ball up the middle. It's through for a base hit for Terrell. Rembert at second base will hold up there. And Auburn has runners at first and second and nobody out. Bub Terrell's 5th hit of the weekend.
He got a hanging breaking ball, and he didn't wait for something better. He went up to get it.
Well, that's 2 straight rockets right back at the pitcher.
Yep.
On consecutive pitches to Rembert and to Terrell, and that brings Irish to the plate with runners at first and second and no one out for Auburn. Ike with a single through the right side in the first inning. He stole second, but was stranded there.
He could be sitting on a breaking ball, too.
Fritton off the stretch and the pitch. Ike takes that off-speed pitch, and it misses high. Back-to-back singles on back-to-back pitches for Rembert and Terrell. They're at first and second. Nobody out for Auburn in the third. 1-0 pitch. It misses low, 2-0.
Throwing for NC State in the bullpen, left-hander Cooper Consiglio. He has not pitched this weekend.
2 balls and no strikes to Ike Irish. Stretching the pitch. Fastball in there for a strike. 2 balls and a strike. Irish 5 for 10 in the regional, including a huge home run here last night in the top of the 9th, giving Auburn a 3-run lead. Tigers won by 3 against Stetson. 1-2, or 2-1 rather, is just a little bit outside. 3 balls and a strike. I'll be honest with you, friend, I'm still learning this strike zone with the home plate umpire.
Agreed. He's trying to get that out. He's trying to get Ike to chase on the outside corner where even if he makes contact, it's limited what he could do with it. He's just not going after it.
3-1 to Irish. Runners at first and second. The pitch. Got him with a fastball on the outside corner. May have been ball 4. Ike came up empty. The count goes full.
Ike trusts himself on 3-2. He thought he'd take a shot with a huge home run swing.
Rembert gets his lead at second and Terrell at first. Fritton off the stretch in the 3-2. Irish sends one up the left side. Just a flick of the wrist and onto the third row of the Tiger Terrace out there.
Another school is headed to a super regional, Andy, on the Yellowwood scoreboard. Duke beats Oklahoma State 3-2. So the Blue Devils win the Athens, Georgia regional.
First and second, nobody out for Auburn. Another 3-2 pitch coming up to Irish. Here it is. Swing and a miss. He got it. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Auburn Sports Network. It's a big strikeout for Ike Irish and Fritton. Came back from a 3-1 count. And here's McMurray, who struck out in the first. First and second, 1 out the pitch. Cooper takes it outside, ball 1. The pitch to get Irish after that fastball off the outside as he came back inside to get Ike. 1-0 the count to McMurray. Stretch and the pitch. Swing and a miss. He was late on a fastball. 1-1.
Fastball's down to 92, but he's locating it well still.
He's especially against the lefties, he's going away. 1-1 the count to McMurray. Pitch on the way. Off speed in there at the letters for strike 2. Leadoff single for Rembert. 1 pitch later, a single up the middle by Bub Terrell. A strikeout to Irish. And now 1-2 the count to Cooper McMurray, the pitch. Ground ball could be 2. Shortstop flips to second for 1. And to first, it's a double play. Nice job by Fritton to work out of trouble in the third. No runs. 2 hits, no errors. A man left for Auburn. To the bottom of the third. No score between Auburn and North Carolina State. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
From the memories we cherish.
Byron waits for the snap into place. There it is. The kick is up. The kick is good. Auburn wins. 22-19. Oh, my goodness.
To the moments that keep us on the edge of our seats.
They flip it back to Reed, rolling to his right, throws to the end zone. It's dropped. It's dropped. Auburn wins. Auburn wins. Auburn wins. 43-41. 4 overtimes. Auburn wins.
This is your home for every touchdown, title, and thrill.
Miles bounce pass behind the back. Room free. Yes! Oh, yes! Yes! Oh, my goodness. For the second time in school history, the Auburn Tigers are Final Four bound.
This is the Auburn Sports Network.
Boy, Auburn's had some chances in the first 3 innings, but haven't been able to push a run across. Andres Alvarez back to work for Auburn in the bottom of the 3rd. He will get the 9-1 and the 2 hitters. Frashman, then the top of the order, Head with Hogue. 39 pitches for Alvarez in his first 2 innings of work. Both teams have had runners in each of the innings. Auburn had runners at first and second, and nobody out with Ike Irish at the plate in the top of this inning. But Irish struck out, and McMurray hit into a 6-4-3 double play. Now here's Braden Frashman. 3 for 13 with a homer on the weekend. And the first pitch from Alvarez. Swing on a fly ball up the right side. That'll get out of play. Frashman is hitting .275, tied for the team lead with 11 home runs. Has driven home 47, which is 1 behind Chris McHugh for team lead. Batting in the 9 hole, the right fielder. The 0-1 pitch. Bounced up there, blocked by Freilich, who tosses the ball out of play. Alvarez the wind, and the 1-1 to Frashman. Caught the corner. The ball in 2 strikes. Frashman didn't think so. One-two pitch. Past Freilich to the backstop. On the fastball. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Glad to have you with us on a simply beautiful evening for baseball on this Sunday night. No score between Auburn and North Carolina State. The pitch, Frashman, again, sends it out of play off the right side. Another monster crowd on hand at Plainsman Park tonight. They're hoping to watch Auburn win a championship. 2-2 to Frashman on the way. Line drive, base hit into left center field. That splits the gap. Cut off by Ballou. Runner on his way to second base. The throw in is cut off, and it's a leadoff double. #12th double of the year. And now to the top of the order for Ty Head. A fastball that was center cut. And he split the gap in left center field. Head chopped one to McMurray at first to open the first inning for North Carolina State. He shows bunt, goes after the pitch, and comes up empty.
Good time for an off-speed pitch that dipped way down low. And now NC State's going to call time, talk some offensive strategy.
Head has 3 sacrifice bunts this season. 22 total for the Wolfpack this year. A leadoff double by Frashman. He's at second. Auburn's had opportunities in the first 3 innings, but haven't been able to score. North Carolina State with an opportunity here, a leadoff double. Frassman down at second. 0-1 the count to Head. Snow plays up at third. Here's the pitch. Showed bunt, took a pitch downstairs. 1-1 the count to Ty Head. Head batting .278 this season, 4 homers, 33 runs batted in. Now the 1-1, again shows bunt. Pops it up to Alvarez. And the runner goes back to second base. Tried to pull the bunt to the right side and popped it up, and Alvarez caught it. 1 out.
Pitch was at the knees, and Head had to lower the bat head because the first 2 were low. I think he was expecting something a little bit lower and was underneath it. Popped it up.
1 down, and here's Josh Hogue. Fly to Ballou in center in the first. He's 8 for 16 this weekend. Andreas off the stretch. Here's the pitch to Hogue. Fly ball into center again for Ballou. Back into his right, makes the catch. Runner at second tags. He does not score or does not go to third. The throw in comes back to the pitcher's mound. I'm not certain where that was going. Thankfully, the runner didn't tag.
Yeah.
Because he would have got to third base on the play. I don't know.
I don't know if he was trying to throw back to second and airmailed it, or
perhaps
trying to throw it back to the pitcher.
2 down. Here's Chris McHugh. A single to right. Back in the first. 4 for 15 in the regional. Frassman at second base with 2 outs in the inning. As Alvarez comes set in the pitch. Drops in there for strike 1. Frassman has 3 stolen bases in 5 attempts this season. Gets his lead at second. The 0-1 pitch. McHugh held up. Pitch missed out and down. Count goes to a ball and a strike to the North Carolina State first baseman. McHugh, 6'3", 215, a sophomore from Commack, New York, and a transfer from Virginia Commonwealth. Now the 1-1. Just inside, 2-1.
He gave up on that breaking ball, and Alvarez nearly landed that on the inside corner. That was much closer than it looked at first.
2-1 the count. Frassman with the lead at second. He's there with 2 outs. And the 2-1. Bounced up there, backhand stab by Fraley, keeps the runner at second base. Now 3-1 to a very dangerous hitter. As a matter of fact, the leading hitter in the lineup. McHugh hitting .369. The team leading 48 runs batted in, and he awaits a 3-1 pitch now from Alvarez. Takes a big breath and comes set. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Chopper foul. Came inside, and McHugh bounced it over the top of the Auburn dugout. Full count.
You say all the time, if you're going to come in with a fastball, you got to get it there. Got to get it in. He did in that instance.
Crowd back into it. As Alvarez peers in, gets his sign. Here's the 3-2 pitch to McHugh on the way. Ground ball foul past third. Rattles off the brickwork down the left side and into left field.
So an inside fastball followed by a 3-2 slider. Still haven't seen the changeup as much as you might think.
Another 3-2 pitch coming up to McHugh. Here it is. Fastball just blew it by him. 93 on the heater. And after the leadoff double, Frassman doesn't go further than second base. Second strikeout on the night for Alvarez. The K counter presented by Kia of Auburn, where you're always number 1. No runs, a hit, no errors, a man left. We're through 3. No score between Auburn and North Carolina State. And Auburn baseball continues in a moment.
The Peace Lily is so last year. Hey, has anyone worked with fiddlenecks?
Shelby's popular flower shop is in full bloom.
We just got a request for an arrangement that evokes air. Who's up for that challenge? No?
She needs to hire a floral designer to nip foliage faux pas in the bud.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
This is Auburn baseball in the postseason. Now back to the NCAA Regional at Plainsman Park.
No runs, 5 hits, no errors for Auburn. No runs, 4 hits, no errors for North Carolina State through 3. Steele, Snow, and Ballou for Auburn here in the 4th. And to take you through the middle 3 innings, Brad Law.
All right, Andy, thank you. Steele struck out against Fritton his first time. Fritton is at 68 pitches as he gets ready to go to work here in the 4th. Steele with 9 homers, 43 runs driven in on the year. Transfer from Samford. We'll try to get the Tigers started. Auburn had the leadoff man on in both the first and third. Tigers have had runners in scoring position in each of the first 3 innings. Pitch to Steele. Inside, nearly hit him. Turned him around. 1 ball, no strikes. Other regional games across the country. Tennessee, Wake Forest tied at 6. They're in the bottom of the 9th in Knoxville. 1-0 to Steele. Is a called strike on the outside corner. 1-1. Kentucky leads West Virginia 11-7. Kentucky trying to force a winner-take-all game 3. Southern Miss trying to do the same in Hattiesburg. Golden Eagles lead Miami 10-1 in the 4th. 1-1 pitch, breaking ball, missed high, 2-1. Texas, San Antonio has put up a touchdown early against Texas. 7-0, the Roadrunners lead the Longhorns. That's in Austin. 2-1. Way upstairs, 3 balls and 1 strike to a good hitter. Oklahoma's taking the lead over North Carolina in Chapel Hill, 6-3. Sooners trying to stay alive, force a game tomorrow. Florida State leads Mississippi State 5-2 in the 9th in Tallahassee. 3-1 to Steele, little dribbler. Past the pitcher, shortstop charges, and then can't field it cleanly with his bare hand. It was a slow roller, just a little dribbler, not a bouncer. And once it got by Fritton on the mound, it had to be perfectly fielded by DeCrisio at short. He charged, he tried to reach down with the bare hand, and he couldn't come up with it cleanly. So Steele is aboard, and it's the 3rd time in 4 innings that Auburn has a leadoff man on base. Now here's Eric Snow. 0 for 1 with a fly to right. Pitch from Fritton. It was high, and it was fouled off to the right side. A high fastball. Snow went after it, fouled it away, 0-1. Lefty-righty matchup. Fritton comes set and delivers. And it's flied up the right side, foul again, over and on to Donahue Drive. Quickly 0-2 to Snow, starting at third base, where he finished the game last night. 7 home runs. Snow spent better than half the year in the leadoff spot. 0-2. It was down, checked his swing. He didn't go on the appeal. And it's a ball and 2 strikes. Ole Miss trying to force a winner-take-all game tomorrow. Ole Miss taking on Murray State. Rebels lead the Racers 4-3 in the 3rd inning in Oxford. 1-2 pitch to Snow. That is in the dirt and blocked nicely by Sosa, who skipped to his left and made the stop.
Steele had thoughts.
Yeah.
Had to retreat to the bag quickly.
So glove save and a beauty by Sosa behind the plate. Nobody out, 1 on. Top of the 4th, no score. 2-2 pitch. Taken low, 3-2. Snow with a patient at bat. He went after the first couple and fouled him away, and he's come back to work the count full.
Fritton is at 78 pitches here in the 4th.
Consiglio was throwing in the bullpen earlier. Don't see any act. Yeah, there's still somebody throwing. Payoff pitch to Snow. Grounded foul, left side. Second time through the order against Fritton. First time through, Tigers had 3 hits, 3 strikeouts. Second time through, 3 hits so far. And another 3-2 to Snow. Ground ball, chopped, foul, past third. Third baseman pretty close to the line, Woodson, but still, that was just a foot or so away from extra bases for Snow and maybe a run. Woodson's not as close to the line as you might think against a right-handed hitter.
Outfield plays Snow straight away.
Room on the right side if he can punch it through. Payoff pitch again. Chopper, left side, foul. Woodson got it between the bag and the third base coach's box.
Highly competitive at bat right here for Eric Snow.
Yeah, it's coming up will be the 9th pitch of the at bat. With Cade Ballou on deck. Steele gets his lead from first. Scoreless game. Pitch home. Low, ball 4. Great at bat, Eric Snow. He fell behind 0-2. Was aggressive early with his swings and then stayed patient.
Yeah, just never was out of control in the at-bat either, do you think?
No,
He never felt like he was overmatched.
Excellent. Yeah, well said.
That is the first walk of the night, in addition to a hit batter by Fritton.
Now here's Cade Ballou, who was hit by a pitch.
And Auburn for the second straight inning with runners at first and second and nobody out.
Yeah, they've had a runner in scoring position in all 4 innings so far. At some point, you got to think you keep chopping at that tree, it's going to come down. So Ballou has the axe and steps in.
Hope he's like George Washington here.
First pitch. He showed bunt. Corner infielders sprinted in. The pitch was low. Ball 1.
Especially the first baseman, McHugh.
Yeah.
The third baseman, Woodson, retreated it to the bag.
See if Auburn keeps the bunt on here with Fralick on deck. Time called. Catcher Sosa is going to go out and talk to Fritton
And that may
and
be
the infield.
That may be also to give Consiglio a little more time to warm up, possibly. Of course, Ballou showed bunt on the first pitch.
Yeah.
And we saw the first baseman crash and the third baseman retreat to the bag. Do they change up the defense if Ballou shows bunt again? The proverbial wheels are turning right now.
Auburn trying to, at the very least, move those runners up 90 feet. If not, do more than that. Ballou runs well. Here's the 1-0 pitch. He squares. He pulls back. He takes a strike. It's 1-1.
And it was the same defense. McHugh crashing from first and Woodson retreating to the bag at third.
He could square and slash here. Nope. Bunt stays on. Pitch misses low. 2-1. It looks like they're committed to Cade trying to get the bunt down, trying to get those runners over. And if you bunt well enough, he's got the speed. They've got to make a perfect play. Runners at first and second. It's Steele at second, Snow at first. Nobody out. Pitch to Ballou. He takes a ball away, and it's 3-1. Ballou's trying to give him an out.
All right, do you keep the bunt on 3-1? He's had trouble finding the strike zone in this at bat, or do you turn Cade Ballou loose on 3-1?
I think I'd keep it on. We'll see if they do. It's a good question. Yep, he squares. He bunts it foul left side. And now it's full. And now he won't be bunting.
Well, it was a 3-2 pitch that he was hit on, an off-speed delivery in the second, but that was with one out and nobody on. It's a completely different situation now. Nobody out and runners at first and second for Auburn.
Does Fritton get anywhere near the inside corner this time? Runners get ready to move. Infielders still play in, and the pitch is nowhere close. It was way upstairs. Corner infielders.
I guess they were convinced he was going to bunt all the way.
With 2 strikes, yeah, it doesn't matter now because it's ball 4, and the bases are loaded with nobody out for Chase Fralick. Back-to-back walks.
Fralick doubled the last time he was up. He gets a gapper here, and Auburn could clear the bases, but Elliott Avant will come out.
We'll see if this is Cooper Consiglio, 28, the left-hander, who's been in the bullpen for a minute.
Yeah, he started warming up in the third after that ball was hit off of Fritton to open the inning, and then a single. But Fritton struck out Irish and got a double play ball by McMurray to get out of trouble.
They got 88 pitches out of Fritton tonight if they are indeed making the call. I saw a couple of guys looking at the bullpen. They are, yeah. So it is a Peppertree pitching change for NC State, and it is Cooper Consiglio, the lefty, coming into the ballgame. For a new level of taste, Tiger fans know it's got to be Peppertree. For the best wine selection and the finest cuts of meat, visit Peppertree in Auburn or Montgomery. Online, steaksandwine.com. Peppertree pitching change for NC State here in the 4th.
I like what I like, and I do what I want. If what you like is getting the highest payouts, getting the most free play, and finding more of your favorite games all on a spacious upscale gaming floor, then Wind Creek Wetumpka is your kind of fabulous. No matter what fabulous means to you, you'll find it here. Wind Creek Wetumpka. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Peppertree pitching change for North Carolina State to Cooper Consiglio, number 28, 6-foot lefty, 190 pounds, a freshman from Palm Harbor, Florida, and Eastlake High School. Consiglio is 1-4 on the season, an ERA of 9.68. This will be his 17th appearance, his 11th in relief. 30 2/3 innings. He's given up 40 runs, 33 earned on 45 hits, 34 strikeouts. He has walked 23 in 30 2/3 innings, has given up 6 homers, and opponents are hitting .338 against Consiglio, who makes his first appearance on the weekend for North Carolina State. Fritton making his second start of the weekend, works 3+ innings tonight, gives up no runs on 6 hits, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts. He hit a batter. Now, he is responsible for leaving the bases loaded and nobody out here in the 4th inning, and Chase Fralick coming to the plate. This will be another lefty-on-lefty battle.
Lefties are hitting .400 this year against Consiglio. He is striking out more than 1 per inning.
4-pitch guy, fastball, slider, change, and a curve. Fastball at 93.
He has given up at least 2 runs in each of his last 4 outings, and in 5 out of his last 6. Last time out against Stanford, gave up 4 runs on 6 hits in 2 1/3 through 44 pitches. That was on May 17th, so it's been a couple of weeks for Consiglio.
By the way, Fritton, 88 pitches tonight, 52 for strikes.
Golden opportunity for Chase Fralick, who doubled to the Canyon last time up.
Young man is hitting .455 with the bases loaded in his freshman season.
.455 with the bases loaded, and lefties hitting .400 against Consiglio. This is it. It's on a platter here. Consiglio, fastball, slider, change, curveball. Fastball 90 to 93. First baseman McHugh comes in on the edge of the grass.
That's interesting.
Third baseman comes in close to the bag. Pitch to Freilich is a breaking ball that loops up there high, ball one.
Well, this big Auburn crowd is just waiting to explode. Will Freilich give them the opportunity right here with the bases loaded and no one out?
Scoreless game for now. Pitch to Freilich. A high strike, and it's 1-1. Consiglio back on the rubber. Looks to third. Comes set. And fires. And misses. Low.
I like the patience by Freilich right here. You
Yeah.
would think sometimes you go up there looking for that one big swing in this opportunity, but Chase is showing some patience.
See what he's got. This is the 13th different pitcher they've used in the regional. 2-1. Ground ball, base hit, right field. Steele scores. They'll hold Snow at third. And Freilich gives Auburn the lead. It's 1-0 in the fourth. Second hit of the game for Freilich. RBI number 40 for the freshman. Got ahead in the count. Got a pitch he could turn on. And he sent it just beyond the reach of the second baseman, Luke Nixon.
Freshman came up throwing. No reason with this opportunity to try and test his arm. He has 4 outfield assists this season.
Still nobody out. And Fabian to the plate. First pitch to Derek. Strike on the inside corner, 0-1. Fabian bounced to short his first time.
Outfield assist. Hogue 0 in left. Head in center and Frashman in right have 4 apiece.
4 each. Fabian, I don't know if he's 100%, but he's up there battling the pitch. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. Nobody out. Top of the order waiting in the wings. 1-0 Tigers in the top of the fourth.
And again, that first baseman continues to play up.
Mm-hmm. High chopper get over his head. Pitch home, swung and missed. Struck him out on a high fastball.
Just kept climbing the ladder.
Yep.
With each consecutive pitch.
So Fabian is the first out, and now Chris Rembert. Lefties hitting 400, now better than that. Lefties under 290. They're at 289 against Consiglio this year. Rembert is 2 for 2 tonight. He singled to right, and he singled up the middle. First pitch to Chris. Swung on and missed. Threw him a changeup off the outside corner. And it's 0-1.
Rembert has raised his average to 343.
Outfield straightaway. Consiglio's 0-1. High with a breaking ball, and it's 1-1. And as well as lefties have hit him, you got 3 in a row coming up after Rembert. Bases loaded, 1 out, 1 in. Pitch. Swung on and missed.
Same pitch. They got him 1 strike 1.
1-2. He's not leaving it out over the plate. He's keeping it away. Rembert's gone after it twice. Would he come back to the same thing? Consiglio on in relief of the starter Fritton. His 1-2 pitch to Rembert is fouled off the right side, out of play. Snow scampered down that third base line about a third of the way. Again, the lefty doesn't see that as much as the righty does. The 1-2 pitch to Rembert again. Line drive, right field, base hit, Snow scores. Rounding third, heading for home is Ballou. Throws cut off. 2-run single, Chris Rembert. He's got 3 hits. Auburn has 3 runs. It's 3-0.
Well, he went to school in that at bat, didn't he? Came up empty on 2 changeups on the outside corner. They tried to get a fastball on the outside corner. and Rembert would have nothing of that. A bullet into right. Frashman came up throwing, but no chance to throw out the speedy Blue at the plate.
So they're at first and second and still only one out, and Auburn has played at 3. First pitch to Terrell. Strike at the knees, 0-1. Bub has singled and struck out. That was against Fritton, his first look at Consiglio. 0-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. Breaking ball, some vertical drop. It's 0-2.
Sure did. Yeah, that disappeared on Bub.
Irish on deck. Freilich at second. Rembert at first. The 0-2 pitch. Terrell takes it low. 1-2. RBIs 42 and 43 for Rembert on the single to right.
Chris is working on a freshman All-American season, friends.
Yep. Average is going to be up around 445 when he comes to the plate. 1-2. Breaking ball up and in. Spins Terrell around. And the count evens at 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Good to finally get to the pitching staff for North Carolina State. All 3 runs charged to the starter, Fritton.
2-2. Breaking ball hit on the ground through the hole, right side. It gets through. Here comes Freilich. He's going to try to score. The throw home is late. Freilich scores from second. It's an RBI, Bub Terrell, and it's 4-0.
Well, a bouncing ball that got between McHugh and Nixon. Carl Nonamaker decided to send his catcher. And for some reason, Frashman double pumped in right. And Freilich scores.
Carl Nonamaker never hesitated. Giving him the windmill. And here's Ike Irish.
$17 homers this year for Irish.
First pitch. Called strike outside corner. 0-1.
Good pitch. I think Ike just wanted to see one.
8th Tiger to bat here in the top of the 4th. The junior from Hudsonville, Michigan. He's 1 for 2 tonight. 0-1. Woo, looping breaking ball, and it was up and in.
Ooh.
Irish had to dip out of the way. 1 ball, 1 strike. Say the cherry tree has fallen here in the 4th inning.
Yeah. George did his job.
1-1. High again and inside. 2 balls and a strike. Irish with a single and a stolen base in the 1st inning. He struck out against Fritton in the 3rd.
George did his job, and he fessed up to it, too. All right, that's enough.
2-1. High fly ball way out of here. Holy cow. 3-run bomb. Ike Irish. My goodness. 18th home run of the year. And the Tigers have busted it open in the 4th. It's 7-0.
$420 feet. And I'm not lying. That almost hit the lights in right field.
I hope that ball had its star ID.
Don't use a paper ID at the airport.
No, that doesn't work.
No, it doesn't.
You get held up for that.
You sure do.
Here's Cooper McMurray. 7 runs here in the 4th inning. Pitch to Coop. Called strike, 0-1. Still only 1 out.
Wow.
Buddy, that was tanked.
Yeah.
That
there was no question about it.
Pitch to Cooper, a little bit low.
Yeah, and Ike knew it. He just dropped the bat and started to first. Second home run in as many nights for Ike Irish.
18 homers. He's up to 57 RBIs. McMurray takes an off-speed pitch in there for a strike, and it's 1-2 to the first baseman. 1-2 to Cooper. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Went after an off-speed pitch low, and there's the second out of the inning. Crowd still buzzing after the Irish home run. Lucas Steele started the inning with a single. Came around to score on Frelick's base hit. And Lucas gets his second at bat of the inning.
In the first game of this regional, Stetson scored 7 times.
Pitch low to Steele, 1-0.
7 times in the first inning. And won the game easily. It took the 4th inning for Auburn to put up a 7 spot tonight.
1-0. High fly ball, shallow center. Head trots in, looks up, makes the catch, and the inning is over. But damage done. Auburn sends 10 to the plate. This crowd at Plainsman Park comes to its feet. 7 runs on 5 hits. The big one, the 3-run blast by Ike Irish, 420 feet. Nobody left on base. We go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Your new score, Auburn 7, NC State 0. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
The Southeastern Conference. It's the land of legends, the places, the faces, and moments.
And he's going for it. It's a touchdown.
We've seen the confetti fall again and again. We're not done. It's time for the next generation to make their mark and go from 14 deep to 16 strong. It's a whole new ball game in the SEC, and it just means more.
Since Auburn Bank opened in 1907, we've been tested by world wars, pandemics, and plenty of troubled times. Through it all, we've not only survived, but thrived by staying true to our core values of sound money management and putting our customers first. And just as surely as more challenges will come, we'll meet them the way we always have, with your confidence and our experience. Auburn Bank, champions of you. Member FDIC, online at auburnbank.com.
Seven nothing Auburn. The Tigers with 7 in the top of the 4th. Andreas Alvarez with about a 25-minute wait in the dugout before coming back out as the team was scoring those 7 runs. He'll get Sosa, DeCrisio, and Nixon. Sosa, DeCrisio, Nixon. Middle third of the order due up here in the bottom of the 4th. 7-0 Tigers.
And as exciting as that inning was in the top, time to go back to work because this North Carolina State team has hit more home runs than anybody else in this regional.
Throw strikes. Don't leave it up. Trust the defense. Here's the pitch. Just missed the outside corner, right? 1-0. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the celebrations this season, whether it's buying or selling tickets. SeatGeek's the place to do it. 1-0 outside, 2-0. SeatGeek's the official ticketing partner of the Tigers. Expect the expected. SeatGeek. What if you used SeatGeek to get into the ballpark tonight and you witnessed that 7-run 4th inning? That was a celebration of its own. 2-0. Chopper right side. Foul. McMurray gloved it, but in foul territory. Count goes to 2 balls and a strike on Sosa. Grounded into a fielder's choice to end the 1st inning. 59 pitches for the freshman Alvarez, who readies himself again, shoulder square to the plate. Into the wind, his 2-1. Strike on the inside corner, 2-2.
At the knees, inside corner. And Auburn will go to the shift. Maybe the first time we've seen Auburn go to the shift tonight.
I think you're right. Alvarez picked up his first win of the season against Vanderbilt, 2-2. Ground ball right side. McMurray backs up and gloves it in between hops. Shovels to first for Alvarez for the out. 1 down.
But he had no chance to do anything else there. That ball got on him in a hurry.
Had a lot of top spin.
Sure did, and a nice job by Alvarez to get there. McMurray thought about going to the bag himself, but Andreas was at the bag. That's a heck of a play. Whew, that's a good play by Cooper McMurray right on top of the line.
So one down, and DeCrisio is the batter. First pitch. Didn't get the outside corner, 1-0. DeCrisio out of Orange County, California, bounced to short. In his first at bat, he's 0 for 1. Pitch is a high strike call, 1-1. It all evens out. Luke Nixon waits on deck. Nixon, the son of Major League Baseball great Trot Nixon. Pitch. Strike down the middle, 1-2.
Auburn has faced its share of sons of big league ball players this year, you know it?
It sure has. 1-2. Wasted one down and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Second baseman for Jacksonville State, the son of Jeff Blauser.
Mm-hmm.
We saw him a couple of times this year. Really impressive. Transferred in from Clemson. And there are others.
2-2 to DeCrisio. Breaking ball just missed in. No, he didn't just miss. I'm sorry. Called strike 3 on the inside corner. Boy. Just.
K-Counter presented by Kia of Auburn, where you're always number 1.
I gave up on it, and I thought David Ewell did too. My apologies. Terrific pitch, obviously, from Alvarez.
Sure.
Here is Luke Nixon. Pitch. Breaking ball, missed low, 1-0. So Luke was born in 2004. His brother, his older brother, was born on September 11th, 2001. Pitch. Line drive into center field. It is down. Ballou has to play it on a hop. So a base hit for Nixon, his second of the game. He's 2 for 2. Trot Nixon was trying to get there for the birth. He was playing in the major leagues, trying to get there for the birth of his first son, and his flight was not allowed to take off that day.
You know where he was flying from?
No, not offhand.
All flights were delayed that day.
Correct.
Yeah.
So Nixon 2 for 2. He's at first with 2 outs for Novi, the DH. First pitch to Novi. A little bit out, 1-0. Novi singled in the second. Nixon was picked off.
7 home runs from Nixon on down in this order this weekend.
1-0 pitch. That caught the outside corner, 1-1.
Nixon a homer, 2 for Novi, 3 for Woodson, and another for Frassman. The 6, 7, 8, and 9 hitters.
1-1 to Novi. Fastball, Strike 2.
Well, it'd be big for Andreas to put up a 0 in this inning.
And in quick fashion.
Yeah.
And he's a strike away from doing it. The stretch. And the delivery. Fly ball, foul, right side.
Tried to sneak the fastball by him, kept it down, 92 miles an hour, and a nice job by Novi to stay alive.
Frank Thomas has eyes on the Tigers tonight. He's watching. Auburn on top 7-0. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Bouncer to short. Fabian charges, fields, flips to second for the force, and the inning is over.
Big
no runs.
0.
No runs, a 2-out single, nothing more. No errors and a runner stranded. We're through 4. Auburn leads 7-0. Auburn baseball continues in a moment.
Hey guys, it's Auburn baseball season again, and if you want to hit your next big event out of the park, then get Baumhauer's Victory Grill in Auburn to help with all of your catering needs. From team parties to tailgating or any big event you may have, Baumhauer's always hits a home run by making sure all of your logistics are covered, and you can just sit back, relax, and enjoy the big game. And if you need a place to host your party, come try Baumhauer's new covered patio. Give us a call to book your big event today. Baumhauer's Victory Grill. 2353 Bent Creek Road in Auburn. War Eagle.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. Sirius XM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On SEC Radio, there is complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the Sirius XM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of Sirius XM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
You're listening to Auburn Baseball at the NCAA Regionals. Now back to Plainsman Park for more of the Tigers and Wolfpack.
Auburn got the touchdown and the extra point in the 4th inning. Tigers lead NC State 7-0. And it'll be Snow, Ballou, and Freilich against Cooper Consiglio, who threw 27 pitches, gave up 4 runs on 4 hits of his very own after coming in relief of Fritton, the starter.
Fritton's night, 3 innings, 3 runs on 6 hits, 2 walks and 4 strikeouts, a wild pitch and a hit batter. Through 88 pitches, 52 for strikes.
First pitch to Snow is right through there. Getting strike 1 has not been an issue for Consiglio. Snow has walked and flied to right. Pitch.
Oh.
Another strike just below the knees, and it's 0-2. Snow needs a hit to extend his hitting streak to 12 games. 0-2 pitch. Grounded foul, left side. 7 runs on 10 hits for Auburn. No runs, 5 hits for NC State. Wolfpack had a 10-run 8th inning in game 1 today against Stetson to pull in front and earn its spot in this game tonight. 0-2 to Snow. Low. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Sosa tried to bring it up off the dirt. Didn't fool the home plate umpire. 1-2 to the Auburn third baseman. Pitch. Breaking ball yanked into the Auburn dugout. Woo. Look out, Udai.
A relieving smile on Udai's face right now.
Here's another 1-2. Fouled up the right side. Look out, 984 Club.
Auburn assistant trainer, athletic trainer, Udai Saruda, came to the States to pitch in the Pacific Northwest. And
another 1-2. Bounced up there, 2-2.
He developed knee trouble and went into the athletic training business. This is his first year on the Plains.
He and Anthony Sanderson and Dr. Michael Goodlett, they've been out here helping with all of the games this weekend. 2-2 again, bounced up there to Snow 3-2.
That included the center fielder for Stetson that ran right into the center field late in that ball game earlier today.
Young man from Phoenix City.
Yeah, had to take him off the field, and I've not heard anything since then, but he looked pretty banged up.
Payoff pitch to Snow. Ground ball too short. Scoots out there to Crecio. Throws to first low, but picked out by McHugh for the first out. 1 down in the top of the 5th. Now here comes Cade Ballou, who walked last inning, came around to score. He's walked and he's been hit by a pitch. So Cade, seeing his first action of the weekend, has been on base twice. He was trying to bunt last inning. Runners were first and second, nobody out, but they just couldn't throw him strikes. First pitch, low, 1-0. A 7-run 4th. That's all the offense in the game, and now we're in the 5th. Line to the pitch. Missed downstairs. 2 balls and no strikes to Auburn's center fielder.
Good to have him back in the lineup tonight. He battled injuries all season.
2-0. Little chopper towards second. Glove, throw, in time. Nice play by Nixon.
Sure was.
Charging, and then he got the second hop just off the grass. He didn't wait for a third. And he throws out Ballou. Couple of ground outs in the fifth for Auburn. 2 down, nobody on. And here's Freilich.
Made a tough play look routine there. Coming in and throwing across his body to get a speedy runner at first. That was a nice play by Luke Nixon.
Final score from Knoxville. Wake Forest beats Tennessee 7-6. That forces a winner-take-all game tomorrow. Pitch to Freilich, misses outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Freilich's 2 for 2, a single, a double, an RBI, and a run scored.
It's a Wake Forest team that was among the many predicted to come to the Auburn Regional late in this season. Tennessee got them, and they'll play in a winner-take-all game tomorrow.
1-0 to Freilich, also low, 2 balls, no strikes. Oregon State pounded St. Mary's 20-3.
Convincing.
So it'll be Oregon State and USC later tonight. 2-0. Low again and outside, 3-0 to Freilich with nobody on and 2 outs.
When you get the football coach and the men's basketball coach in the same building on a baseball game, you know it's a special night. Head coach Hugh Freeze here, Bruce Pearl with about half of his new team at the ballpark tonight too.
3-0. Caught the outside corner, 3-1.
Auburn opens its season at Baylor in late August on a Friday night 7 o'clock start from Waco.
3-1. Chase takes it outside for ball 4, a 2-out walk.
We'll be there on the Auburn Sports Network with a 4 o'clock Tiger Tailgate show.
Freilich aboard for the 3rd time tonight.
Much more baseball to come.
Oh, yeah. And if Auburn wins this game tonight, it will host Coastal Carolina next weekend. We do not yet know if that's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or a Saturday, Sunday, Monday. With both teams, if both teams win tonight, I would think they would start that on Friday. But I'm applying logic. Pitch to Fabian, bunted left side, good bunt, fielded by the pitcher. He throws to first and he throws high, and he pulls the first baseman off the bag, and Fabian is aboard.
I wouldn't be surprised if they don't give Fabian a base hit. That's a really good bunt. Consiglio came off the mound and had to spin and throw to first. He rushed the throw and pulled McHugh off the bag.
So while we await the official scoring, Auburn has runners at first and second with 2 out.
And that's the most important thing right here with a red-hot Chris Rembert at the plate.
Rembert 3 for 3. It is a hit for Fabian. Pitch to Rembert. Looping breaking ball missed high, 1-0. Rembert, a 2-run single last inning. 3 for 3 in the game. 4 hits on the weekend. 1-0 pitch. Another breaking ball that was never close. It stayed high, 2-0. Consiglio at 47 pitches, and that may be it.
Elliot Avent is out, the head coach.
More bodies headed to, or another pitcher headed to the NC State bullpen. There has been some activity out there. Anderson Nance is a freshman right-hander who's been out there. David Ewell heads out to force a decision. They're going to stick with him.
Yep.
Consiglio hangs out a little longer. Count 2 balls, no strikes to Chris Rembert. Auburn with 7 in the 4th. Trying to put together some 2-out offense here in the 5th. A 2-out walk to Freilich, followed by a bunt single by Fabian. Now they've turned the lineup over with 2 out. 2 balls, no strikes to Rembert. The part-time right fielder, most often second baseman. Now everybody's ready. Consiglio's pitch. Good swing, fouled it back to the net, 2-1. 7 runs on 11 hits now for Auburn. Alvarez has given up 5 hits, no runs through his first 4 innings of work. 2-1. Breaking ball, fly ball, right center field. It is down. It is to the wall. It's extra bases and 2 more RBIs for Chris Rembert. He took a big turn at second and now dives back in head first. 2-run double for Chris Rembert, his 9th double of the season. 4 RBIs in the game. Auburn leads 9-0 on Rembert's 4th hit of the game.
Let me tell you something. We don't talk about this guy very often on his team speed, but Derek Fabian was flying around the bases with two outs.
There was no doubt that he was going to score.
A 4-for-4 night for Rembert. 4 runs batted in.
And all of this with 2 outs in this inning. The walk, the bunt single, and the double, and now Bub Terrell. Pitch. Terrell slices it foul off to the left above the Auburn dugout, 0-1. Terrell an RBI single last inning. He's 2 for 3 in the game, a pair of singles. 2 of Auburn's 12 hits. 9-0 Tigers in the top of the 5th. 0-1. Line drive left center field. That's a base hit. Here comes Rembert. He scores. 10-0 Tigers. Terrell speeds towards second. It's a double for Bub. His 3rd hit of the game. His 8th RBI of the weekend, and Auburn leads 10-0.
17th double for Bub Terrell. Buddy, he's had a weekend, hasn't he?
You're not kidding. And speaking of guys with good weekends, Ike Irish.
This inning started with 2 straight outs. Nobody on 2 outs.
Yeah.
And Auburn has added 3 more runs.
Irish hit a homer almost to the hayfields his last time up.
Good night.
Pitch. Called strike. Threw him a breaking ball at 74. 0-1.
I think he threw him a breaking ball the last time Mike hit it to the light standard and right.
7 in the 4th, 3 more here in the 5th. Auburn has busted it open. It's 10-0. Pitch. Irish, big cut. He comes up empty at the same pitch, and it's 0-2. Two strikes, 2 outs. Terrell at second. The pitch. Missed outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. To Irish, the Auburn graduate. First team all-conference. Going to be fun to watch this guy play for a long time.
Buddy.
After his Auburn days. 1-2. Bounces up there, 2-2.
And what he has done at the end of this season, down the stretch, the most important games for Auburn.
Yep.
Boy, he has to be highly sought after in that draft coming up. First round pick. Man, you don't want to pass up this guy.
2-2. Swung on and missed. He was trying to put out a window in the dorms. And the inning is over. But Auburn tacks on 3 more runs. Back-to-back 2-out doubles by Rembert and Terrell bring home 3 runs, a total of 3 hits in the inning. No errors and a runner left. Go to the bottom of the 5th. Auburn 10, NC State nothing. Auburn baseball continues in a moment.
When the game is on the line, you want someone you can count on. At Alabama Power, we believe in consistency and having each other's back. It's our game plan to safely deliver the electricity you depend on. We give 100% to achieve 99.9% reliability. Learn how we power a better Alabama at alabamapower.com/reliable. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Auburn Tigers.
Let's go. Let's huddle up and make things happen with the only cards for the Plains. The Auburn University Regions Visa Debit Card and prepaid Regions Now card. They're a win for your wallet and a big war eagle, whether you're purchasing stuff for game day or every day. Want to go all in on confidently showing your Tiger pride? Order your card now at regions.com/go Tigers. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms, conditions, and fees apply.
Auburn leads North Carolina State 10-0 as the Wolfpack come to bat in the 5th inning. And Andreas Alvarez has given up 5 hits but no runs through the first 4. He'll face the 8, 9, and 1 hitters, Woodson, Frasman, and Ty Head. Alvarez five hits allowed. He has struck out 3. And he goes to work. Freshman against freshman. Alvarez against Woodson. The pitch. Pass ball fouled away. We pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Auburn Sports Network. Two hours deep into the game. We're in the bottom of the 5th. Game that started at 7:06. It was originally slated for about 6, but it was the second game of the day. NC State and Stetson went 3 hours and 40 minutes. 0-1 pitch. Off speed, lands on the corner for a strike. Going 2.
Texas is trying to stay alive in its regional, playing Texas San Antonio. The Roadrunners lead 7-1 in the bottom of the 5th.
0-2. Upstairs with a fastball, 1-2.
The national number 1 seed, Vanderbilt, eliminated from the tournament.
A ball and 2 strikes to Woodson. 0 for 1 with a strikeout. The pitch. 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. He waved at a slider off the plate. Really good sequence by Alvarez, 1 away. That Austin regional is paired against the Los Angeles regional, where Arizona State plays later tonight. No, I beg your pardon. UC Irvine beat Arizona State, so it'll be UCLA and UC Irvine later tonight. Frasman waves and misses at a first pitch fastball. 0-1.
Back to the Nashville regional. Wright State eliminated Vanderbilt in the first elimination game today. Wright State now trails Louisville 2-0, top of the 3rd. The Cardinals undefeated in that regional.
Pitch. Fouled back. Another high fastball. 0-2.
Ole Miss leads Murray State 13-4, top of the 4th. Rebels need to hold on to that win to face a winner-take-all game tomorrow in Oxford.
No balls, 2 strikes, 2 Frasman. Alvarez rocks, plants, fires, and misses low, 1-2. Frasman doubled to lead off the 3rd and was left stranded at second base.
Oklahoma leads North Carolina in the Chapel Hill Regional 8-5 in the bottom of the 7th. The Sooner win forces a winner-take-all game tomorrow in Chapel Hill.
The 1-2 from Dre. Swung on and missed. Up and in. The fastball overpowered him. 5th strikeout for Alvarez. 2nd in the inning. K-Counter presented by Kia of Auburn, where you're always number 1.
In the Hattiesburg Regional, Southern Miss trying to force a winner-take-all game tomorrow in Hattiesburg, on top of Miami 10-5 in the bottom of the 5th.
Here's Ty Head, the leadoff hitter. First pitch is lined to right. Irish had him played perfectly. Makes the catch, and it's a quick 1-2-3 inning for Alvarez, who ties his career high 5 innings pitched in this starting effort. 3 up, 3 down in the 5th for the Wolfpack. We go to the 6th. 10-0 Tigers. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
Enjoy baseball and softball season on the Plains with live sports radio. Presented by Alpha Insurance. Auburn Sports Network broadcasts are available with no delay at both Plainsman Park and Jane B. Moore Field. Every grand slam, stolen base, and strikeout. Yours with no delay. Look for the live sports radio kiosk around the ballpark. Live sports radio lets you take the broadcast with you at every football game. Plus, home men's and women's basketball games, baseball, and softball. Live sports radio. Presented by Alpha Insurance.
Hey guys, it's Auburn baseball season again, and if you want to hit your next big event out of the park, then get Baumhauer's Victory Grill in Auburn to help with all of your catering needs. From team parties to tailgating or any big event you may have, Baumhauer's always hits a home run by making sure all of your logistics are covered, and you can just sit back, relax, and enjoy the big game. And if you need a place to host your party, come try Baumhauer's new covered patio. Give us a call to book your big event today. Baumhauer's Victory Grill, 2353 Bent Creek Road in Auburn. War Eagle.
Auburn leads 10-0 as we move to the 6th inning. The 5th inning of today's game was presented by Wind Creek Casinos. We invite you to elevate your game plan to fabulous. Play the hottest games and win fabulous rewards at Wind Creek Casinos and on the Casinoverse app. It is a
Fabulous.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
All right.
I was moving on, Brad. I apologize.
It's a fabulous night to be at Plainsman Park.
It's been a fabulous weekend.
Yeah.
To be at Plainsman Park.
Record crowds for the first 2 games of this regional. Another packed house tonight. Cooper McMurray stands in there. Goes to work in the 6th.
They will open with the shift now with McMurray at the plate.
Cooper is 0 for 3. Couple of strikeouts. He's grounded into a double play.
The only starter that has not scored a run for Auburn tonight.
Tigers lead 10-0. He shows bunt against the shift and takes it high, 1-0. 3 doubles in the game last night. And former Auburn pitching coach Darren Schoenrock was here, 1-0. High fly ball left field. Back goes Hogue to the track. He will have room. McMurray got under it just a little bit. There's the first out. Coach Schoenrock was here, and he was joking with Cooper after the game last night about, Cooper lost 30 pounds in the offseason, and Cooper joked with him. He said, Rock, if I'd kept those 30 on, that last double would have been a homer. He said, I'd have had the strength to get it out of there. Here's Steele. Ground ball to the shortstop in the shift. He throws to first, and they're quickly 2 down. And now it's Eric Snow with 2 outs. Well, Auburn did all the damage in the 5th inning with 2 outs, scoring 3. After the first 2 were retired fairly easily on ground balls. Snow was the first of those. He grounded to short last inning. He's walked and scored and flied to right. Pitch to Eric. Low and inside, ball 1. Auburn looking to go to 14-3 in regional games under Butch Thompson. Here's the 1-0. Swung on and missed. 1-1. And win number 14 for Coach Thompson would also make history. 1-1. Line drive caught by the leaping third baseman Woodson. Took extra bases away from Snow. Perfectly timed jump, and some in the crowd literally take their hat off to the third baseman Woodson with a fine defensive play. Auburn's retired in order in the 6th. To the bottom of the 6th, 10-0, Tigers in front, and Auburn baseball continues in a moment.
I like what I like, and I do what I want.
If what you like is getting the highest payouts, getting the most free play, and finding more of your favorite games on a spacious upscale gaming floor, then Wind Creek Montgomery is your kind of fabulous. No matter what fabulous means to you, you'll find it here. Wind Creek Montgomery. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You've created a comfortable home office. Now let Carrier provide the cash bonus. For a limited time, you can claim up to $1,550 in cool cash rebates on a qualified Carrier home comfort system. There's never been a better time to upgrade to year-round premium comfort and energy savings. Carrier, turn to the experts.
You're listening to Auburn Baseball at the NCAA Regionals. Now back to Plainsman Park for more of the Tigers and Wolfpack.
10-0 Auburn. Andreas Alvarez with one more out will set a new career high for innings. He's already set a new high for pitch count in this game. He's at 82 as he goes to work in the 6th against Hogue, McHugh, and Sosa, the 2, 3, and 4 hitters.
In the biggest stage of his young career at Auburn, he has been spectacular tonight.
Well, you made a comparison earlier in a break. Mason Barnett against UCLA in 22.
Yes. Different. That guy was a senior.
Right.
But it was the championship game of that regional, and he was unhittable almost in that win against UCLA.
First pitch to Hogue, inside, 1 ball, no strikes.
Of course, that game was halted because the weather had to be finished the next day.
Yep.
On that Monday afternoon.
Alvarez 1-0, missed outside, 2 balls, no strikes.
Sent Auburn to Oregon State. Oh, what a trip to Corvallis.
Auburn won't have far to go for the Super if it wins this one tonight. 2-0 pitch. There's a strike at the knees, and it's 2-1.
And I think that Coastal Carolina will get hotel rooms in Auburn.
Yeah, they will have to drive an hour and 10 minutes one way, will they?
They will not.
2-1. Outside, 3 balls, 1 strike. Yep, Auburn is 12 outs away from hosting a super regional for the first time in program history. 3-1. Line right field, that's a base hit. Solid single to right for Hogue. 6th hit of the day for the Wolfpack.
This is uncharted territory, at least at Auburn, for Andreas Alvarez as he works into the 6th. His 5 innings tonight ties a career high. His 87 pitches continues to establish a career high tonight.
He went 5 innings in his last appearance. That start at Jack State. And then he went 5 in his first start of the year. Misses just outside to McHugh, 1-0. He's not missing by much, but
not missing anything off the fastball. That was 92. Maybe the location a little bit different.
He faced North Alabama in the first midweek of the year and was dynamite. There's a breaking ball that misses low, 2-0.
I can remember you coming back to the office the next day and how excited, because I wasn't here for that, but how excited you were to see what Alvarez did that day.
His changeup that night was special, 2-0. Low, 3 balls, no strikes. His location that night was really good. And Cooper McMurray goes over, the senior. Going to go try to settle the veteran down, or settle the freshman down and get him back in rhythm. 3 balls, no strikes. Auburn leads 10-0. Auburn has somebody up, not really throwing, but at least up in the bullpen.
That's Cade Fisher that's up right now, and looks like he's about to start to toss out there.
Hogue, the runner at first. Back-to-back 3-ball counts. Alvarez hadn't gone to a 3-ball count since the 3rd inning. Pitch. There's a strike. A fastball, inner half, 3-1. Alvarez, first taste of regional action. 3-1 pitch. Low, ball 4. Single and a walk to start the 6th. And here's Alex Sosa. And Everett Tiefert is out of the dugout.
Fisher is just starting to warm up for Auburn, so.
Well, the crowd.
I'll tell you what, maybe Fisher's ready.
Crowd is coming to their feet. The Tigers coming out of the dugout to greet Andreas Alvarez. Love the recognition from the crowd here. The freshman tips his cap as he comes off the mound, and the guys in orange want this crowd to be even louder. To the freshman, Andreas Alvarez. 5 innings of work, no runs, 6 hits, 5 strikeouts in his regional debut in a game that could send Auburn to its first ever super regional hosting opportunity. And he is lifted as Auburn makes a Wind Creek call to the bullpen for Cade Fisher. We'll give you the details when we come back to Plainsman Park.
I like what I like, and I do what I want.
If what you like is getting the highest payouts, getting the most free play, and finding more of your favorite games all on a spacious upscale gaming floor, then Wind Creek Wetumpka is your kind of fabulous. No matter what fabulous means to you, you'll find it here. Wind Creek Wetumpka. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
After 5+ innings tonight by the starter, Andres Alvarez, the Tigers go to the bullpen for the first time. For junior left-hander Cade Fisher, 6'3", 202, a transfer out of Dalton, Georgia. He transferred to Auburn from Florida. Fisher on the year 1-2, a 5.05 earned run average. This will be his 13th appearance, his third in relief with a save. 35 2/3 innings, 20 runs all earned on 30 hits, 45 strikeouts, 22 walks, 6 homers, and opponents are hitting .233 against Andres Alvarez. That one save was that 3-inning power save in the win, the deciding game win against Tennessee in Knoxville. Fabulous outing tonight for Andres Alvarez. 5 innings, no runs, 6 hits, 5 strikeouts, a walk. He threw 92 pitches and 57 for strikes. He is responsible for the runners at first and second. Nobody out as Fisher comes on to face North Carolina State here in the bottom of the 6th.
Cade Fisher faced NC State last year in Omaha with Florida. Pitched 4 innings against the Wolfpack. Gave up 3 runs on 4 hits, walked 1, struck out 3. He threw 75 pitches in that outing. Game that Florida won in the College World Series. So, Fisher has faced NC State in the postseason recently. Alex Sosa, the batter. Nobody out, 2 on. Tigers lead 10-0. Pitch. Fisher starts him with a strike on the inside corner. 0-1. We saw Fisher hit 92 miles an hour in Hoover a couple of times with the fastball. Lefty-lefty matchup. Fisher delivers. Misses low and away.
And that may not be the be-all, end-all for Cade Fisher, but when he was struggling through the middle part of this season, his fastball was 85, 86 tops.
And up.
Yes.
A lot. That has been corrected, or has these last 2 times out. 1-1 pitch, fouled back, 1-2. Hogue at second, McHugh at first. Nobody out in the 6th. Auburn leads 10-0, a 7-run 4th inning and a 3-run 5th. Fisher works off the left side of the rubber. Pitch clock is at 7. Fisher fires. Swung on and missed, strike 3.
Fastball away, 88. Painted the outside corner.
And when he's at his best, he's got the paintbrush working. It is about the location. Up, down, in and out. 1 down. And DeCrisio, the hitter. DeCrisio is 0 for 2 against Alvarez. He grounded out and struck out. Pitch. High pop, backing out of play, 0-1. It's an NC State team that won 6 series in ACC play. They swept Clemson. They had 2 games that were rained out, including a rubber game, so they had the opportunity to win 7 ACC series. They have given up some big innings that have cost them here this weekend. The pitch is high, away from, it pops out of the mitt of Freilich, but base runners stay put. A ball and a strike to DeCrisio.
No one has hit into more double plays this season than Justin DeCrisio. 8.
You don't say. 1-1.
I do.
High fly ball, shallow left. In comes Terrell. He waves off Ballou. Bub makes the catch in shallow left center. 2 down. So Fisher has come in, gotten a strikeout and a fly out, and here's Luke Nixon. Nixon's 2 for 2 with a pair of singles. Eric Fabian did the Dougie at short and turned around, got ready to play defense. Pitch to Nixon. A little bit up. 1 ball, no strikes.
You were chuckling. I thought for sure you were chuckling at something I had done.
No.
Which is normal.
Not this time.
Mm-hmm.
Pitch to Nixon. Check swing. Foul ball, left side to the dugout. 1-1. No, I'm thinking about Derek Fabian, and the right thumb has to be hurting a little bit. And
wasn't even expected to play last night.
Right. Pressed into duty, answered the bell. Having a good time out there. 1-1 pitch. There's a called strike, 1-2.
87 fastball, inner half against the left-handed hitter.
NC State hit a homer off the railing of the War Eagle wall earlier that bounced into play. I thought about Fabian in that Wright State series. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Nixon. On the way. Little looper, left field, long run. Terrell, he can't get there, and it falls foul.
Woo.
Foul ball by an inch or two. I mean, not by much at all, and they're going to take a look at it.
Sure are. Third base umpire Mark Cutchison was down the line a little bit, and we will get a second look at this one.
No chance for Bub to get there. Slow it down.
Oh
man.
That's
as close as you can get.
That drew some chalk. And with the artificial surface here, I do believe they chalked that line for this very reason.
Yeah.
And I thought I saw a little chalk come up.
It's either chalk or it's pellets in the light, but
yeah, and here's the thing. Let's say that this call is reversed.
Yeah, where do you put him?
A run is home. Do they give them 2 runs on this play?
Or do you put him at second? I think he got the line, Andy.
I do too. I think it barely got the outside of the line.
Yep. Replay reviews are brought to you by Jackson Services. It's time to review your home's heating and cooling system. Choose Jackson Services. Comfort you can count on. From quick repairs to energy-saving upgrades, Jackson Services keeps Alabama homes running smoothly year-round. Visit jacksonservicesco.com. Jackson Services, an official carrier-authorized dealer. The replay continues. I don't know that you give them. Of course, there's 2 outs. So the runners are off on contact.
They may get both runs home.
2 runs are going to score if it's allowed to continue.
I agree. And here comes the call from the home plate umpire, David Ewell.
But do they treat it like a ground rule double? We'll find out.
Yeah.
We'll find out now.
After review, the call of foul will stand.
Well,
not confirmed, but it stands. And Elliott Avant can't believe it. Now, I didn't think you were supposed to be able to argue reviews.
You're not supposed to be able to.
But he's arguing a review.
And he's arguing with the wrong guy because that call was made, I believe, in Pittsburgh.
All right. He said his piece, and he's headed back to the NC State dugout. So it's a foul ball. And it's still a ball and 2 strikes. Fisher threw a couple of warm-up tosses during the review. Now he's ready. The 1-2 offering to Nixon. Just missed a little outside.
It's a good pitch, though, by Fisher.
Sure was. Not much he can do with it at the knees and on the corner. So now a 2-2 from the Auburn lefty. Runners at first and second. 2 outs. Pitch. Bounced up there and gets away from Freilich and all the way to the backstop. And the runners advance. So they're at second and third with 2 outs. And the count is full. Hogue to third. McHugh to second. Coastal Carolina and Duke are the only 2 teams to punch Super Regional tickets to this point. Auburn joins them with a win. Fisher trying to get out of the 6th inning. The payoff pitch to Nixon. High fly ball, shallow center. In comes Ballou, loses his hat, calls off Rembert and Fabian, who fan out. Ballou makes the catch. Inning is over. So Fisher comes on in relief of Alvarez and retires all 3 that he faces. Nothing doing for NC State in the inning. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, 2 stranded in scoring position. Auburn takes a 10-0 lead into the 7th inning at Plainsman Park. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
Football season is coming soon.
Man wide open, Cam Coleman, touchdown Auburn!
The Tigers return Friday, August 29th at Baylor.
Oh, in a second, he goes down. Oh, he got blindsided by Calvert. Ball. Reed in trouble. Reed goes down. DeMarcus Riddick.
This is your exclusive home for Auburn football, the Auburn Sports Network.
The Southeastern Conference. It's the land of legends, the places, the faces, and moments.
And he's going for it. It's a touchdown.
We've seen the confetti fall again and again. We're not done. It's time for the next generation to make their mark and go from 14 deep to 16 strong. It's a whole new ball game in the SEC, and it just means more.
10-0 Auburn as we go to the 7th inning. Bottom third of the order due up against Cooper Consiglio. And here to finish the drive home from Plainsman Park, once again, it's Andy Burcham.
Consiglio, 62 pitches for the Wolfpack, including a 1-2-3 inning in the 6th, the first of the night recorded by Wolfpack pitchers. Auburn left 4 on base through the first 3 innings. They didn't leave anyone on base, scoring 7 times in the 4th and 3 more times in the 5th. And it will be Ballou, Freilich, and Fabian here in the 7th for Auburn. The first pitch, Cade swings and lifts one high and deep down the left field line, curving foul and out of play. Ballou on the night, hit by a pitch in the 2nd and picked off. Walked and scored in the 4th and grounded out to the right side in the 5th. Thank you. 0-1. Swing and a miss out in front of a change that was downstairs.
As Auburn has lengthened its lead, it's gotten a little more aggressive at the plate, and that's made the changeup a little more of a working pitch.
0-2 pitch to Cade. Stayed off of that one. A fastball that was up. And the count goes to a ball and 2 strikes.
West Virginia has come back and taken the lead over Kentucky.
You're kidding.
13-12 in the 9th inning.
1-2. Ballou takes strike 3 on the inside corner. Good pitch from Consiglio. And that is 5 in a row set down by Consiglio. And here is Chase Freilich, who's been on base all 3 times tonight. Doubled in the 2nd, singled home a run and scored in the 4th, and walked and scored in the 5th.
Yellowwood Schoolboard, Oklahoma in the 9th, leads North Carolina 9-5 in Chapel Hill.
First pitch to Freilich. Swing, loops one up and out of play into the Tiger Terrace down the left side.
Florida State is on to the Supers. Seminoles beat Mississippi State 5-2.
0-1. Freilich takes it outside. Count is even and a ball into strike. Now the 1-1. Just missed inside. 2 balls and a strike.
Just another solid day's work for Freilich. His average up to 342.
There's ball 3 down.
You look up and down this lineup. 4 hits for Rembert, 3 for Terrell.
And there's a strike. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
4 RBIs for Rembert, 3 driven in by Irish. 2 more RBIs for Terrell, give him 8 in the series.
Full count to Freilich. 1 out, nobody on for Auburn in the 7th. The pitch, and he walks. He's been on base all 4 times tonight. A 1-out walk for Chase, and here's Fabian.
Consiglio has eaten the innings. Just wonder how much more he has left at 72 pitches.
His only outing of the weekend, but as you mentioned, 72 pitches in relief. After 88 for Fritton, who for 3 innings was really good getting out of trouble, but it caught up with him in the 4th. And Elliott Avent is out. As Freebird plays in the background. Elliott Avent may be waiting for the home plate umpire to come out. He will. He may want to still talk about that ball in the left field corner. And he will make a pepper tree call to the bullpen, a right-hander coming on for number 36, Camden Wimbish in this pepper tree call to the bullpen.
I like what I like, and I do what I want.
If what you like is getting the highest payouts, getting the most free play, and finding more of your favorite games all on a spacious upscale gaming floor, then Wind Creek Wetumpka is your kind of fabulous. No matter what fabulous means to you, you'll find it here. Wind Creek Wetumpka. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Camden Wimbish makes his 12th appearance of the season. Wimbish, a sophomore right-hander from Locust, North Carolina, West Stanley High. 6'2", 205. Sophomore right-hander. Wimbish 1-0 with an earned run average of 1620. 8 1/3 innings. He's given up 15 hits, 16 runs, 15 earned, 8 walks, but 16 strikeouts in 8 innings. 5 doubles, 1 homer, 395 the average against Wimbish. He's balked 3 times in 8 1/3 innings. Wimbish has pitched once this weekend, 2/3 of an inning, with 1 strikeout. So Wimbish on for the 2nd time this weekend and the 12th time this season. Consiglio, 3 1/3 innings, 7 runs, 7 hits, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts. He gave up 2 doubles and a homer, 72 pitches, 43 strikes for Consiglio. Wimbish, the 3rd pitcher of the game for the Wolfpack.
And he will get the number 9 hitter in Derek Fabian with a runner at first and 1 out for Auburn in the 7th.
For those wondering, there is no run rule in regional play.
That's right.
We're playing all 9.
They're in the top of the 9th at Clemson. If West Virginia holds on, West Virginia wins that regional and leads Kentucky 13-12. Wildcats led that entire ball game.
Yeah.
And the Mountaineers an out or 2 away from advancing to the Super Regionals. Oklahoma trying to force a winner-take-all in the North Carolina Regional, leading the Tar Heels 9-5 in the top of the 9th. Oklahoma, the home team there.
And that's final now.
That's a final. So there will be a winner-take-all game at North Carolina. Southern Miss trying to do the same thing at its regional against Miami, leading 12-5 in the 8th inning. All right, here's Fabian with a runner at first and 1 out in the Auburn 7th. Pitch on the way. Derek takes the slider in there for a strike. Fabian is 1 for 3 tonight. A bunt single in that Auburn fifth, where Auburn scored 3 runs and it started with 2 outs and nobody on. Freilich at first with a 1-out walk. Now the 0-1. Strike 2, same pitch. 0-2 to Fabian. Ole Miss trying to force a winner-take-all game tomorrow against Murray State and leads 16-6 in the 5th inning in Oxford. 0-2 to Fabian. Here it is. Miss low and away. Louisville trying to just blow through the Nashville Regional. Leads Wright State 3-0 in the bottom of the 5th. The Cardinals are unbeaten. Arkansas trying to do the same thing to Creighton in Fayetteville. The Hogs lead the Blue Jays 6-3. That game is in the top of the 5th. Here's the 1-2 to Fabian. Ball 2 outside.
You know, the thing about that Ole Miss Murray State, if Ole Miss can come back and win that regional, it'll host, because Duke won the Athens, Georgia region. So Ole Miss still has a chance to host a super on the table.
LSU trying to win its regional on top of Little Rock 3-2, bottom of the 5th down in Baton Rouge. 2-2 pitch to Fabian. Held up on a pitch that was upstairs and appeal to first, and he did not go. Full count to Fabian. Freilich gets his lead at first. He's there with 1 out. Tigers lead 10-0 in the top of the 7th. 3-2 pitch. Got him with a slider down and away.
Ooh. Sharp break. Really good pitch on the slider.
That is a nice strikeout tonight for North Carolina State pitching. And with 2 down, here's Chris Rembert, who coming into tonight was 1 for 10. He is 5 for 14 now. 4 for 4 tonight with 4 runs batted in. Here's the stretch and the pitch. Rembert swings and misses. That slider's a good one. Camden Wimbish. Stretches. Here's the 0-1. Low and away.
That's a final now in Clemson. West Virginia gets 6 in the bottom of the 8th and then keeps Kentucky off the board in the top of the 9th. Wow. West Virginia beats Kentucky 13-12 to advance to Super Regionals.
A ball and a strike to count to Rembert. 2 down, a runner at first. Stretching the pitch. Rembert got jammed and fouled it up and out of play off the right side. Where does that regional match up, Brady?
Baton Rouge. So West Virginia will head to LSU if the Tigers, if the Tigers finish business.
1 ball and 2 strikes to count to Rembert. Wimbish comes set. Right-hander fires. Missed high.
The other one to watch is Texas San Antonio in the top of the 8th, leads Texas in Austin 7-2.
Yeah, Texas has got to win this game to force a winner-take-all. With this 4 for 4 night, Rembert's average is up to 350. He awaits the 2-2 pitch from Wimbish. Here it is. Popped him up. Left side of the infield. DeCrisio gives way to the third baseman Woodson, who makes the catch, and the inning is over. No runs, no hits, no errors. A man left for Auburn. We go to the bottom of the 7th. 7th inning stretch time at Plainsman Park. Auburn 10, North Carolina State zip. Auburn baseball continues in a moment.
Let's huddle up and make things happen with the only cards for the Plains. The Auburn University Regions Visa Debit Card and prepaid Regions Now card. They're a win for your wallet and a big war eagle, whether you're purchasing stuff for game day or every day. Want to go all in on confidently showing your Tiger pride? Order your card now at regions.com/go Tigers. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms, conditions, and fees apply.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp. Refreshing. And ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
This game recap is presented by Regions Bank. Regions is a proud partner of Auburn University and the official bank of the SEC.
Bottom half of the seventh, it will be the 7, 8, and 9 hitters for North Carolina State. Typically, after take me out to the ball game for Auburn home games, during the seventh inning stretch, they play War Eagle. You can't do that in the NCAA tournament. So tonight, and maybe they've done this all weekend long, it's the Village People in YMCA.
Well, it is fun to say at the YMCA.
So I hear.
Yeah.
Cade Fisher, second inning of work, came on in relief after Andreas Alvarez pitched a gem for 5 innings tonight. Brandon Novi, who is 1 for 2 on the night, will lead it off. Fisher throws and finds a strike at the knees. The lefty Fisher, the wind, the 0-1. Swing, lifts it up the right side over the 984 club and on to Donahue. No balls and 2 strikes.
10 runs tonight, 8 runs last night, 9 runs Friday night. The 3 home games before that, 11, 11, and 24 against South Carolina. Big offense in this park.
0-2. Swing and a blooper into right. Long run. Irish dives. He made the catch. Oh, Ike Irish in right. And that's our defensive play of the game, presented by Cook's Pest Control. Don't forget to add pest control to your lineup, from keeping mosquitoes away to protecting against termites and clearing cobwebs. Spring cleaning isn't done until you call Cook's Pest Control. 1 out.
Note about the offense in this ballpark. The game before the South Carolina series was the finale against Mississippi State. Auburn scored 14 in that one.
Here's Ryder Woodson, 0 for 2 with a couple strikeouts. First pitch, strike from Fisher.
So 7 straight home games with 8 runs or more in double digits in 5 out of those.
Not quite the regional that Auburn had from an offensive explosion in 2022.
No.
Where it just blew away everybody. 0-1. Outside. The ball and a strike. Cade Fisher, the wind and the 1-1. Swing and a miss.
Blew it by him.
Sure did.
87.
Yep. And that's the sweet spot for Cade Fisher.
Yeah, just for a refresher, my goodness. 3 years ago here, Auburn scored 19, 21, and 11.
1-2 pitch to Woodson. Swing and a miss. He got him with a fastball in.
In and at 90 miles an hour. And when he can hit the outside corner and then come back in with that, it's a tough matchup.
Let me tell you something. If this is what we're seeing from Cade Fisher, what a weapon he is for this Auburn Tiger team, as hopefully it gets set to host a super regional and beyond right now. 2 down, and here's Braden Frassman. Pitch on the way. Missed upstairs. Cade ready to work the 1-0 pitch. Frassman up the middle and through. Underneath the glove of the diving Derek Fabian. A 2-out single up the middle by the right fielder. His second hit of the night. And that gets North Carolina State to the top of its order. And here's Ty Head. Nope. Yes. Derek Fabian has to reattach his belt as he dove for that ball.
Yeah, the shirt came untucked.
Okay, well, can't have that.
No.
Head 0 for 3 on the night. Stretch in the pitch. Just missed the outside corner. A ball and no strikes to tie head. Stretching the pitch. Strike call on the inside corner. 10 runs, 13 hits, no errors for Auburn. No runs, 7 hits, and no errors on the night for North Carolina State. The ball into strike to head. Fisher checks the runner and pitches. High and deep and very foul to right.
Early on a changeup. Think about where this Auburn program is now, 10 years into Butch Thompson's tenure, and where it was the last time Auburn played NC State in a regional finale. Tigers had made a regional the year before, but this was the regional win.
1-2, high and away, and lost in heartbreaking fashion at Florida State in Butch Thompson's first foray into postseason with Auburn. And ran roughshod through the North Carolina State Regional in Raleigh. Went to Florida, lost that heartbreaker to the number 1 overall seed Florida in 3 games, lost game 3 of that in extra innings in 18. And it set up the 19 run, the Stephen Williams home run in Atlanta, and Auburn winning that super regional at North Carolina. 2 balls and 2 strikes ahead, the pitch. Swinging a miss, struck him out. Inning over. Cade Fisher, 3 strikeouts. The K counter presented by Kia of Auburn, where you're always number 1. We go to the 8th. Auburn 10, North Carolina State nothing. And this is the Auburn Sports Network.
Hip pain is not to be taken lightly. It could be a sign of hip impingement. If pain, stiffness, or limping persists, see a hip specialist at the orthopedic clinic. Treatment includes non-surgical options. But if surgery is needed, minimally invasive arthroscopic hip surgery is only available locally at the orthopedic clinic. Don't wait. Schedule an examination today. Call for an appointment, 334-749-8303, or visit theorthoclinic.com.
Big eating in Auburn and Opelika means Big Mike Steakhouse, famous for high-quality steaks cooked to perfection on an open-fire grill served in a relaxed, rustic atmosphere. It's happy hour at Big Mike's every Wednesday and Thursday from 4 to 6 and half off select appetizers, draft beer, and well drinks. And don't forget, a Big Mike's gift card will always be the perfect gift for Big City Steak in your hometown. It's Big Mike's Steakhouse in Auburn at Shigjordan Parkway and Wire Road.
To the top of the 8th, Auburn 10, North Carolina State nothing in this potential regional championship game tonight. A win for the Tigers, and they'll host Coastal Carolina this weekend in the first ever super regional at this ballpark. And with the crowd and the atmosphere we've had for this regional, oh my goodness, what can a super regional bring to the ballpark here? Conecuh Sausage, the official sausage and hot dog of the Auburn Tigers. Conecuh Sausage, a game day favorite, always great on the grill. Pick up a pack at your local grocery store or visit the Conecuh gift shop in Evergreen, Alabama off I-65, exit 96. Terrell, Irish, and McMurray, all lefties, to face the right-hander Camden Wimbish. 7 in the 4th and 3 more in the 5th. All the scoring in this one so far tonight. And Bub Terrell has been all around it this weekend. Bub, 3 more hits tonight. He's 3 for 4. 7 for 10 on the weekend with 7 runs batted in. The freshman out of Alabaster, Alabama, awaits the first pitch from Wimbish. And here it is. And Terrell takes the off-speed delivery in there for a strike. Struck out looking in the first, singled in the third, singled home a run and scored in the 4th, and doubled home a run in the 5th. Bub's average up to 306. Here's the stretch in the 0-1. High and away. Terrell came into the weekend hitting .284. He's up to 306 in his first regional ever. Stretch by Bub in the 1-1. Outside, 2 balls and a strike.
Cooper McMurray tied Kason Howell with 3 doubles last night for most doubles in a game in a regional. Just looking back, that 22.
2-1 pitch, fouled back by Bub Terrell.
Again, that 22 team with 40 runs in the first 2 games of the regional. Just about every one of these offensive records for a series, for a weekend, are from that weekend.
Cole Foster hit 2 home runs in the first inning, 1 from each side of the plate, including a grand slam.
He drove in 12 runs in 3 games.
Yeah. 2-2 pitch to Bub. Here it is. Bounced up there. Blocked by the catcher, Alex Sosa.
Say that to say Bub's 8 RBIs are a tremendous accomplishment. He's 4 off the mark. Foster had 9 in the Southeastern Louisiana game alone.
I think he had 6 or 7 in the first inning alone.
Yes.
3 balls and 2 strikes to count to Bub Terrell. Wimbish, the righty, stretches and pitches. And the Bub walks. And here's Ike Irish with one of the most majestic home runs we have seen all season long, back in the 4th. I mean, it was an absolute moonshot. And I'm serious when I say it almost hit the light standard just to the left of the Donaldson Performance Center.
They go into the shift against him immediately.
Terrell gets a short lead at first. Ike 2 for 4 on the night. Stretch in the pitch. It misses low for ball 1. Average at .359. 18 home runs on the season. Has driven home 57. Here's the pitch. Ball 2 outside. Irish's home run to right capped off that 7-run 4th.
Punctuated it.
2-0 the count to Ike. Stretch by Wimbish in the pitch. Strike. Outside corner, 2-1. His home run last night gave Auburn some breathing room in the top of the 9th in that win against Stetson. And he went to left out in the canyon.
It was after all the drama with Dutton and the umpire. And they pulled to within 2.
2-1 pitch. Ball 3 outside to Ike. And it gave you just a little breathing room in the 9th inning of a game that had all kinds of drama.
Yeah.
And then Ryan Hetzler finished it off.
Got stronger as the game went on last night.
Indeed. 3 balls and a strike to Irish. Here comes the pitch. And he walks. Back-to-back walks for Ike Irish. And that will bring the catcher Sosa out. There is activity in the bullpen for North Carolina State. We welcome those of you listening to the NCAA Baseball Regional Rundown in the Varsity app. That's the Varsity Network app. If you'd like to hear our full broadcast in their entirety, download the Auburn Tigers Game Day app. Every Auburn Sports Network broadcast available on the Auburn Tigers app. And the Tigers are 6 outs away from hosting the first ever Super Regional in this illustrious program history. Here's Cooper McMurray with runners at first and second and nobody out in the 8th. McMurray looking for his first hit of the night after a 3-double night last night. Terrell at second and Irish at first. And the pitch. And McMurray watches it go high for ball 1. He walked Terrell on a 3-2 pitch. He walked Irish on a 3-1 pitch. And Wimbish has now fallen behind Cooper McMurray 1-0. Checks the runner. Terrell at second. Comes set below the belt, the 1-0. McMurray takes a strike. Cooper with 58 runs batted in, one in front of Ike Irish for the team lead. His 14 home runs trails Irish's 18. Average sits at 329, and he awaits a 1-1 pitch from Wimbish. There it is. Fouled up and out of play off the left side. For a ball and 2 strikes now to McMurray.
How about this on the Yellowwood scoreboard? Little Rock has taken the lead over LSU at 6-3 as they go to the 4th in Baton Rouge.
That's a major story if that gets to tomorrow's game.
Yeah.
1 ball and 2 strikes to McMurray, 2 on, and nobody out for Auburn in the top of the 8th. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Cooper takes it low. Didn't miss by much, 2-2. It's going to be a late night here at the ballpark, but well worth it on a Sunday night. 2-2 pitch to McMurray. Ground ball off his foot, and he goes down in a heap. And Anthony Sanderson is immediately out to tend to his graduate first baseman who hobbles away from the plate. Got him on the top of his right foot, it would appear.
While he walks that off, Andy, a couple of other Yellowwood scoreboard updates. Arizona leads Cal Poly 5-0 through 1. So the Wildcats can go to a super with a win tonight. Louisville can do the same with a win over Wright State Cardinals with a 4-0 lead in Nashville in the 6th. And Arkansas leads Creighton 8-3 in the 6th in Fayetteville.
Runners at first and second. Nobody out as McMurray bats in the top of the 8th, and Auburn on top of North Carolina State 10-0. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Ball 3 low and away. Terrell at second and Irish at first. Back-to-back walks to lead off the inning. Count goes full now to McMurray. Stretch by Wimbish. And the pitch. Inside. And he walks the bases loaded as we pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Auburn Sports Network. Lucas Steele turns around to bat left-handed against the righty Wimbish, but he may not get a chance to face Wimbish. Elliott Avent is out. And I don't think we have we seen the call to the bullpen? We have, yep. Because, of course, North Carolina State makes a pepper tree call to the bullpen.
I like what I like, and I do what I want.
If what you like is getting the highest payouts, getting the most free play, and finding more of your favorite games all on a spacious upscale gaming floor, then Win Creek Wetumpka is your kind of fabulous. No matter what fabulous means to you, you'll find it here. Win Creek Wetumpka. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Carson Kelly is the new pitcher, number 24 for NC State. 6'2", 200-pound senior right-hander from Lee County High in Sanford, North Carolina. Kelly, 1-0 in 15 appearances, a 4.35 ERA, 20 2/3 innings, 22 strikeouts, 17 hits, 11 runs, 10 earned. He's walked 10. He's given up 1 double, 2 homers, 4 wild pitches, 2 hit batters. Opposition hitting .239 against Carson Kelly. Wimbish goes 2/3 of an inning, 3 walks, 1 strikeout. 29 pitches, only 12 strikes. He has walked the bases loaded to start the Auburn 8th, the top of the 8th inning. The Tigers already leading 10-0.
Carson Kelly is a legacy at North Carolina State. His dad, Randy, his grandfather, Frank McDonald, and his uncle, David McDonald, all attended North Carolina State. He's trying to put out a fire here in the 8th inning and give North Carolina State a chance to come back in this one. Auburn leads at 10-0.
This was the inning in which North Carolina State scored 10 runs.
Sure did.
To overwhelm Stetson, eventually overwhelm Stetson. Stetson didn't go down without a fight, but this was the inning for NC State offensively. Say that to say some more runs, not a bad thing.
Lucas Steele will bat left-handed against the right-hander Carson Kelly, with Terrell at third, Irish at second, and McMurray at first. Lucas, a strikeout in the first, singled and scored in the fourth, fly to center and grounded out to short. Pitch to Kelly, to Steele, misses outside from Kelly, 1-0. Lucas is hitting .375 with the bases loaded this season. He awaits the 1-0. Here it is. Ball 2 outside.
Sidearm delivery from Kelly.
Game is approaching 3 hours old. We're in the top of the 8th. Tigers lead 10-0. Now the 2-0. Steele takes a strike on the inside corner. Grand opportunity for Auburn right here to add to this 10-0 lead.
Figure NC State's been at the ballpark over 10 hours today. They played a 3-hour, 41-minute game against Stetson.
2-1 pitch to Steele. Ball 3 high. Nowhere to put him. Bob Terrell at third, Ike Irish at second, and Cooper McMurray at first. Auburn bats with nobody out and the bases loaded in the top of the 8th. Tigers a visiting squad for the second straight game. Now the 3-1. Ball 4. Missed high. An RBI for Steele. Terrell comes home on the bases loaded walk. Irish to third. McMurray down to second. And Auburn leads 11-0, and Eric Snow to the plate. Snow looking to extend a hitting streak tonight. Takes the first pitch in there for a strike.
We have a guy watching on YouTube who claims to have counted everybody in the parking deck.
Huh.
Almost 1,000 strong on the deck.
About that. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. That sidearm delivery swept away from Snow. Bases loaded, nobody out, a run home for Auburn. The 0-2 pitch to Eric. Got him swinging with a fastball. Came inside. First out of the inning. And here's Cade Ballou. Tigers hold on to this 11-run lead. There will be no reason for an winner-take-all game tomorrow, and the Tigers will get ready to host Coastal Carolina in the Super Regional this weekend. Ballou, the pitch, swing and a miss. Cade was looking for another grand slam on that one. Hit by a pitch in the second. Walked and scored in the fourth. He's grounded out and has struck out tonight. Played a solid center field for the Tigers. Pitch on the way. Foul ball off the end of the bat. 0-2 the count to the Auburn center fielder. How about that?
Yep, final on the Yellowwood scoreboard. Texas San Antonio beats Texas 7-4. Roadrunners are headed to a Super Regional.
No balls and 2 strikes to Ballou. Stretch in the pitch. Cade swings and misses. And Kelly has struck out back-to-back hitters. And Fralick comes to the plate with the bases loaded and 2 outs.
UTSA will face the winner of the Los Angeles Regional, where UCLA can win it with a win tonight over UC Irvine. That game's UCLA and Irvine there in the top of the first.
Chase Fralick's been on base all 4 times tonight. Double, drove home a run with a single. He has walked twice. And the pitch is in there for a strike to Chase. He bats with 2 outs and the base is loaded right here. Steele at first and McMurray at second with Irish at third. Stretch. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Fralick. Reaches out, fouls it back to the screen. No balls and 2 strikes. After the walk to Steele, Kelly has struck out Snow and Ballou, and he's ahead of Fralick 0-2. 2, 3, and 4 hitters coming up for North Carolina State in the bottom of the 8th. With Auburn on top 11-0. 0-2 pitch to Fralick. And it misses high and outside. A ball and 2 strikes to the Auburn catcher. He's caught every week or every pitch of this weekend regional. And he is 4 for 10 in his first regional. These Auburn freshmen have afforded themselves very well this weekend, haven't they?
Sure have. No learning curve.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Fralick. Here comes the pitch. Ground ball to the right side. Second baseman backs up, swirls and throws to first and gets Fralick. And the inning comes to a close. A run, no hits, no errors. 3 men left to the bottom of the 8th. Auburn 11, North Carolina State nothing. And Auburn baseball continues in a moment.
When the game is on the line, you want someone you can count on. At Alabama Power, we believe in consistency and having each other's back. It's our game plan to safely deliver the electricity you depend on. We give 100% to achieve 99.9% reliability. Learn how we power a better Alabama at alabamapower.com/reliable. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Auburn Tigers.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
2, 3, and 4 hitters for North Carolina State in the 8th. Auburn leads it by a score of 11-0. Tigers are 6 outs away from a regional championship. The Tigers' second here at home in the last 4 years. It would be Auburn's 4th regional championship under Butch Thompson. But 6 outs to go. The first 2 on the road. At North Carolina State in 2018. The next year in Atlanta, in 2022 here, and Auburn 6 outs away from getting another regional championship here at Plainsman Park. The significance of this one this year is that it would set up Auburn's first ever super regional host with Coastal Carolina coming to town, but got to get there. We saw this North Carolina State team today scored 10 runs in the 8th inning to take the lead and hold on to beat Stetson. Here's Josh Hogue against Cade Fisher, the pitch. Fastball, strike 1.
Cade has come in just dealing tonight.
He's done exactly what you need a guy to do with a big lead. Throw strikes.
Absolutely.
0-1 pitch. Line drive into left field. It's down for a hit on a couple hops to Bub Terrell. Hogue's aboard with his second hit of the night. And that brings Chris McHugh to the plate. Singled in the first and was picked off by Andres Alvarez. The first inning, both the top and the bottom featured a pickoff tonight. I take that back. It was the second inning when that occurred for both teams. Pitch on the way to McHugh. Strike call on the outside edge. Singled in the first. Struck out in the third and walked in the sixth. Just the fourth at bat tonight for McHugh. That's how good Auburn pitching has been, the 0-1. Popped him up right side. Shallow right. Rembert goes out and makes the catch.
Boy, how fast did Rembert move to get out there to that spot in short right field? You run to the spot and then slow up or stop, and he did it, moving quickly.
One down, and here's the catcher, Alex Sosa. 0 for 3 on the night. Fielder's choice in the first. He tapped out to McMurray on a really nice play right on top of the line in the fourth, and a strikeout. He was the first one to face Fisher in the sixth inning. Stretch in the pitch. Swing and a miss. He was out in front of the changeup. One on, one out for North Carolina State in the bottom of the eighth. Pitch on the way. Sosa takes it outside, a ball and a strike. Auburn was 7 runs in the fourth, 3 more in the fifth, and a single run in the eighth. And the Tigers lead 11-0. Runner gets his lead, the 1-1. Fouled back. A ball and 2 strikes to Sosa. Some folks have headed to the exits, getting ready for the work week. Most everybody else in the ballpark ready to celebrate a championship. Auburn is 5 outs away from doing that. As Fisher comes set. And the 1-2 to Sosa. Missed outside, 2-2.
Auburn pitching has given up 8 hits tonight, only 1 walk. And only one of the 8 hits have been an extra base hit.
This game was scoreless until Auburn unloaded 7 runs in the top of the fourth. Both teams had multiple opportunities to score in those first 3 innings. 2-2 pitch, Sosa. Up the left side, curving foul and out of play.
Auburn 7 for 18 with runners in scoring position. NC State 0 for 6. And they have they've had the leadoff runner on base 3 times.
2 balls and 2 strikes to count to Alex Sosa. Stretch in the pitch. Line drive, it's fair. Inside the bag and down into the corner. Irish gets the ball back to the infield. Runners hold up at second and third with 1 out. Just inside the bag at first. Ho goes from first to third on the play. It's a double for Sosa.
Griffin Graves has grabbed the ball. He's going to start throwing in the bullpen for Auburn. Fisher approaching 40 pitches.
And that brings Justin DeCrescio to the plate. That's DeCiccio. 0 for 3 on the night. North Carolina State trying to get on the board here in the 8th inning. 1 out, second and third, the pitch. This is inside for ball 1. Fisher comes set, the 1-0. Misses outside, 2-0.
Hats off to the Auburn family this weekend. Some of the lines to get into this ballpark were blocks long.
2-0. Popped up, foul back here. 2 balls and a strike. Tonight, The line started, it extended out to Heisman and went up the road to the parking deck. That's when I lost it. 2 balls and a strike to DeCrisio. Comes the pitch. Just high, 3-1. (11-0) Auburn, but North Carolina State trying to cut into the lead here in the bottom of the 8th. Fisher comes set, and the 3-1 pitch on the way. Fly ball into right field. Irish got a late start on it, comes in, dives. He made the catch, runner tags. He will try to score, and he will. And it's an 11-1 Auburn lead. Ike Irish may have stumbled as he started in. He had to go down a sliding catch for Ike. He tried to make the throw home, but it was a little bit offline. And Hogue scores.
That made it 11-1, but Ike's frustrated that he couldn't throw him out at the plate because he competes for everything. He bounced up quickly after making the sliding catch, and he had to come a long way to make the catch.
And with 2 down, that brings Nixon to the plate. Luke 2 for 3 on the evening. Runner at second, 2 down, the pitch. Strike call on the inside corner. (11-1), Tigers lead it. We're in the bottom of the 8th, 2 outs, a runner at second for North Carolina State, the 0-1. A little low, a ball and a strike. Freilich brought the pitch up, but it was just too far down in the strike zone. Got to the floor. 1 ball and 1 strike to count. Stretch and pitch. High and outside, 2-1. (11 runs, 13 hits, no errors for Auburn. 1 run, 9 hits, no errors tonight for North Carolina State. Sosa gets his lead at second base. Here is the 2-1 pitch to Nixon. Ball 3 inside. Cade Fisher at 47 pitches on the night in this relief outing. And the 3-1 to Nixon. High fly ball into right. Ike Irish, plenty of room, near the line, inning over. A run on 2 hits, no errors, a man left. We go to the 9th at Plainsman Park. Auburn 11, North Carolina State 1, and this is the Auburn Sports Network.
Auburn family, join us in welcoming head coach Larry Vickers to the Plains as he leads your Tigers into a new era of Auburn women's basketball. This past season alone, Vickers led his team to a perfect conference record and a program record of 30 wins en route to their 3rd straight conference title. As head coach, Larry Vickers brings championship pedigree to the Plains. You'll want to lock in your season tickets early for this new era of Auburn women's basketball. Head to aubtix.com. We'll see you in Neville Arena and War Eagle.
Don't stop planning for your future. Don't stop investing in your kids' education. Don't stop dreaming of that new home. And don't stop growing your business. Whatever you're passionate or dreaming about, don't stop. Because when you have a bank you can trust, you have the confidence to take on tomorrow. Speak with a Trustmark associate today for advice on achieving your goals. Trustmark. People you trust, advice that works. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Auburn to the plate, perhaps for the final time in this regional. As the Tigers come to the platter in the 9th, it will be Fabian, Rembert, and Terrell, the scheduled 3 for Auburn. In this regional championship round game, Auburn leads North Carolina State 11-1. And the Tigers are 3 outs away from a regional championship. The 4th under Butch Thompson, the 3rd at Plainsman Park in the history of the program, and getting ready to host the first ever Super Regional this weekend.
Going to have to change that number out on the War Eagle wall.
Yes, indeed. Here's Fabian in the ninth. The pitch. Shows bunt, takes a strike. Derek is 1 for 4 with a bunt single and a run scored back in the fifth, and he has played flawlessly at defense for Auburn tonight. He awaits the 0-1. Here it is. Swing and a miss. Fastball. In on the hands of 2 balls and 2 strikes. He is battling an injured thumb.
Yeah.
That does not affect him defensively, and it's on his throwing hand.
Yeah.
It has affected him at the plate, though. 0-2 the count to Derek. Here's the pitch. Just missed upstairs. Hopefully for Derek, a week to get ready for this Super Regional and a week to strengthen that injured thumb. Now the 1-2 pitch. Inside ball. Oh, strike 3.
My.
Well, that's a strikeout for Carson Kelly.
Boy, expanded zone in the 9th inning.
And then some.
Yeah. Yellowwood School Board, Arizona, trying to punch its ticket, leading Cal Poly 8-0. They're in the 2nd out in Eugene.
Here's Rembert. 4 for 5 on the night. The pitch just misses the outside corner.
Oregon State has to beat Southern Cal tonight and then again tomorrow to win its own regional. Beavers have an early 4-0 lead in the 2nd over the Trojans.
Ball and no strikes the count. The pitch. Rembert pops it up, middle of the infield. First baseman McHugh comes in and makes the catch. 2 outs. We know how tough it is to win, not just to get to Corvallis, but to win in Corvallis. They don't lose there often. But Auburn did it back in that 2022 Super Regional and the run to Omaha in 2022. Here's Terrell. Terrell's been on base 4 more times tonight, and Elliott Avent comes out. Watching him walk out, it reminds me a little bit of the walk of Ron Polk in his heyday.
All right.
About the same size. Both highly successful head coaches. And perhaps for the final time, not only tonight, but for this season, for North Carolina State, the Wolfpack makes a pepper tree call to the bullpen.
I like what I like, and I do what I want.
If what you like is getting the highest payouts, getting the most free play, and finding more of your favorite games all on a spacious upscale gaming floor, then Wind Creek Wetumpka is your kind of fabulous. No matter what fabulous means to you, you'll find it here. Wind Creek Wetumpka. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The new pitcher trying to get the final out for NC State here in the 9th is Matt Willadson, a graduate right-hander out of Holly Springs, North Carolina, 6'3", 188. Willadson is making his 7th appearance of the season, his 6th in relief. 8 innings, 16 runs on 15 hits, 6 walks, 7 strikeouts, 3 doubles, 3 homers, 395 the average against Willadson. No record and a 16.88 earned run average. He is the 5th pitcher of the game for North Carolina State. Kelly, an inning and 2/3, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts, 21 pitches, 14 strikes, and he had the most effective outing of any of the NC State pitchers against Auburn in this game.
The starter, Dom Fritton, making his 2nd start of the weekend. He only lasted a 1/3 of an inning, giving up 6 of the 7 runs that Stetson scored in the 1st inning on Friday. Was in and out of trouble, but effective for 3 innings tonight. And Auburn finally got to him in the 4th when the Tigers scored 7 times. and added then 3 more runs in the 5th and another in the 8th. And that brings Bub Terrell to the plate with 2 outs and nobody on here in the Auburn 9th inning. Will we see Fisher? Will we see someone else go to the hill in the bottom of the 9th?
It's a right-hander throwing now for Auburn in the bullpen. John Armstrong.
Bub Terrell struck out in the 1st, singled in the 3rd, singled home a run and scored in the 4th, doubled in the 5th, another run, and walked and scored in the 8th. He bats with 2 outs and nobody on here in the 9th, shows a bunt, and takes the ball upstairs. With 2 down, the infield playing back. One-0. There's a strike to Terrell, a ball and a strike. Willardson off the line in the 1-1. Misses low, 2 balls and a strike to Bub Terrell. Two outs and nobody on. The 2-1 pitch to Bub. Ball 3 high and away. Irish on deck for Auburn. Now the 3-1 pitch to Bub. Line drive, base hit to right. That guy is some kind of hot this weekend for Auburn. Came into the night 4 for 6 on the weekend. 3 more hits tonight for Terrell, and he moved up into the order for Auburn to the 2-hole.
Yeah.
With the injured Eric Guevara.
No change in effectiveness. Man.
And here's Ike Irish.
Just we're talking about no learning curve for these freshmen. Well, that's this season, though. This is one of the highest rated recruiting classes we've ever seen at Auburn. And these guys came in from game 1 and produced.
Here's the pitch to Irish. Drops in for a strike.
And not just offensive. You go to look, Andreas Alvarez, who got the start tonight,
Right.
5 innings.
Irish hitting .359 on the season, 18 homers, 57 RBIs. Takes it low. 1 ball and 1 strike to count. A 4-hit night for Terrell. 8 hits on the weekend for Bub. A 4-hit night for Rembert. 2 more hits tonight for Freilich. Pitch. Irish swings and grounds it through the right side. It's a base hit. Terrell is on his way to third. And he's there with runners at the corners and 2 outs.
3 more hits for Irish, give him 7 on the weekend.
And here is Cooper McMurray. McMurray 4 for 8 coming into tonight. He's 0 for 4 on the night. Had 3 doubles in last night's win against Stetson. Here's the pitch to Cooper. And Willardson leaves it upstairs and wants a new baseball. Seven, 8, 9 hitters coming up for North Carolina State in the bottom of the 9th.
Up-to-date stats, Auburn hitting in the 3 games, .354.
Outside, 2 balls and no strikes to count to Cooper. McMurray is the only one in the order tonight without a run scored. Batting .329 on the season. The pitch to Cooper. Swing and a miss. Big cut by the Auburn first baseman. 2 balls and a strike. Runners at the corners with 2 down. The pitch on the way. Ball 3. 3 balls and a strike to McMurray. You can go hunting right now, friends. Lucas Steele on deck. Trying to add to an 11-1 lead in the top of the 9th of the region championship game. Here's the stretch and the pitch. And McMurray walks. And the bases are loaded for Steele. A bases loaded walk for Lucas back in the 8th. Played at Auburn's 11th run of the night.
He's hitting .375 with the bases loaded.
Stretch and the pitch to the lefty. Steele takes a strike. Now the wind and the 0-1. Strike 2. Back-to-back off-speed pitches dropping in for Willardson. Bases loaded with 2 down. Here is the 0-2 pitch. Steele swings and misses, and the inning comes to a close. We go to the bottom of the 9th. 3 outs to get for Auburn and a region championship. Stay tuned, friends. Auburn baseball continues in a moment.
Strike out ants, termites, and other pests with a call to Cook's Pest Control. Cook's proven pest control methods and superior termite control system keep your home safe and are backed by a 110% satisfaction guarantee. As the weather gets warmer, your spring cleaning isn't done until you call the official pest control partner of the Auburn Tigers, Cook's Pest Control.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
Yellowwood knows that a 5-star backyard is the place to make lasting memories, like roasting marshmallows on a cool fall night. That's it. Turn it nice and slow. Get it toasted all... Oh, no, it's on fire. Oh, you want it on fire. Okay, that's a choice, I guess. Crunchy. For 5-star backyards and the most memorable experiences, Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have that yellow tag, you don't want it.
This is Auburn baseball in the postseason. Now back to the NCAA Regional at Plainsman Park.
3 outs to get for a region championship for Auburn. The number 4 national seed beat Central Connecticut State on Friday. Outlasted Stetson last night, and going into the bottom of the 9th in this championship round game, leads North Carolina State 11-1. With the 7, 8, and 9 hitters out to face Cade Fisher here in the bottom half of the 9th. 3 more outs for Auburn to get the region championship. 3 more outs until Auburn gets ready to host its first ever super regional at Plainsman Park. Ticket details on the way after this game tonight. So tune in to auburntigers.com for details. 3 outs away from getting ready to host Coastal Carolina here at the ballpark. The 3 outs to get. The first pitch to Novi. Fouled back here. Fisher came on for Auburn in the 6th. Has given up 1 run on 4 base hits after a terrific outing by Andres Alvarez. The 0-1. Fly ball up and out of play off the right side. 0-2 quickly to Novi. North Carolina State lost its first game to Stetson, fought its way through the losers bracket to get to tonight. Came back to beat Stetson earlier today. The 0-2 pitch. Novi. Foul tip into the glove of Freilich. 1 out in the 9th inning. And here's Ryder Woodson. Coming into this game tonight, he was 5 for 10 with 8 runs batted in and his first 3 home runs of the season. Against the combination of Alvarez and Fisher, he's 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. The pitch. High fly ball into center. Ballou is back. shy of the warning track. 2 outs in the ninth. And they're coming to their feet now at Plainsman Park. 1 out to get for a region championship. 1 out to get to host the first ever Super Regional here at Plainsman Park. And Braden Frassman, the potential final hitter of the season for North Carolina State. Fisher, the wind, the pitch. Popped up, foul back here, 0-1. Another crowd of over 7,000 on hand here tonight to watch Auburn win a region championship. Here's the 0-1 to Frassman. Foul tip back to the screen, and Auburn's within a strike of a celebration. Oh, and 2 the count. Fisher, the wind, the pitch. Popped up, foul back here. Andreas Alvarez and Cade Fisher, just what the doctor ordered in this championship game tonight. And the Tigers are a strike away from the region championship. Fisher peers over the top of his glove. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And Auburn celebrates the NCAA Regional Championship. Auburn 11, North Carolina State 1. And now the Tigers get ready to host their first ever Super Regional. Bring on Coastal Carolina. Alvarez and Fisher, spectacular for Auburn tonight. The Tigers get it done with 7 in the third or the fourth. 3 more to extend the lead to 10 in the fifth. And Auburn never let up tonight. The Tigers win it. Auburn 11, North Carolina State 1. Stay tuned. A region championship victorious Regions Bank postgame show is on the way. And this is the Auburn Sports Network.
War Eagle Auburn family, it's time to join Aubie's Kids Club for this upcoming school year. Your favorite Tigers Kids Club memberships are on sale now. Presented by Chappie's Deli, Aubie's Kids Club offers 2 membership options that give you a t-shirt, a lunchbox, a men's basketball SEC Champions mini pennant, and more. You can also check in at different Auburn athletics events to receive points and earn prizes, only available through Aubie's Kids Club.
1 2 1 2 1 2.
Sound good.
On sale now.
Check 1 2.
Sound good.
All right. Good.
On the Plains.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America.